Welcome back, everyone, to Blades in the Dark. I shall join those boys in the sneaky room.
Here.
Boinga. Greeting.
Yellow.
Hail and well met.
Good day.
Yeller.
How are your wounds?
Terrible.
Fresh and sore, probably.
Most excellent. There's my
It's
UI.
Fine.
It's fine. You're only bleeding out. Well, you're not bleeding out at all. Just a little bit of glue, some string, some spit, and you're good to go.
Glue.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Wait, how do you make glue in this world? Horses are very rare.
Glue is very rare. Or it's
Make it out of people.
maybe it's made of fish.
Oh my.
Or people.
Yes, people glue. I mean,
People
probably,
glue.
you know, beetle glue.
Beetle glue.
That's something.
Oh no. Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice?
Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice.
You say it 4 times? Does it like cancel itself out?
Maybe.
Probably not.
If 3
Guess
separate
not.
people say Beetlejuice, does well, I said 3 times, I believe.
Like, see, if you say it 3 times in an airplane, he falls out of the sky. Which is
That's
fine.
That's unfortunate.
He should have thought of how his powers work. Idiot.
Exactly.
Alrighty, back in the saddle with the Twilight Triad. What are our plans for today? We have a Ghost Shield cooking. We got a Rooster cooking. Mr. Ogre is hurting a bit. I think both him and Desmond are basically fine-ish. Stress? Yeah. You guys are like
I mean,
middling.
I'm fine-ish. I can do
My
things.
stress is not
Not
good.
a lot.
Yours is not great at all, actually. I agree.
Mine is terrible.
On the note of stress, I have good news. Every time the crew advances, which we did last time, each PC gains +1 stash +2 per tier. So each of you can add 3 to your stash.
cool.
Oh boy.
I knew I was missing something.
3
That's
gold
money
to my
that I'm-
stash?
Yeah, 3 gold to your stash.
Free money.
Yeah, obviously that's harder to pull out,
Should
but
be at 4 then.
not completely destitute.
That's better,
just
I
said-
guess, yes.
3.
3 to your stash, correct?
1, 2, 3.
Specifically. And then, in terms of holding money on you, you obviously want, if you can, 0, because it does weigh something. Unless you don't mind looking like you're carrying shit on you. You can always store it either in your bags, which
Especially
obviously is hard to pull out, or you can put it in the crew. The crew technically has 2 spots open. If anyone wants to do that, let me know. Can you guys edit the Should I close the president? Can you guys edit how much money is in the crew right now?
Yes.
Pretty sure we can, yeah.
I've
click
been
that?
doing that for us, so.
Okay, cool. Double checking. Tempted to say double checking, but I won't. Oops.
Double chicken.
Shit. I've already let myself down.
It's not double, it's 3 chickens.
It is triple chicken, isn't it? Well, I think there's 4 chickens. I demand a refund. Who's the 4th chicken?
Me.
You're the 3rd and the 4th chicken?
Yep.
I mean, it could have been Kim's boyfriend, I guess.
Say what?
He's effectively part of the gang.
Effectively, yes.
He's helping, yeah.
Sometimes.
By proxy, he's by proxy, basically.
Yeah. He's the informant. Alrighty, what
In this case, that means that he should get a cut. Because he did help us
We're
last
too
time.
poor for that.
I feel like Kim gives him a little something.
Oh yeah, definitely.
A little something.
I tip him real well.
Excellent. So, what are our plans for a low stress adventure today? Remember, the only real downside to doing something that's low tier is the reward's not very good. That's basically it.
Did you guys want to undo your
Ben, could, yes.
yeah, that word.
We can definitely do one of those. They're both separate locations, correct?
Yeah, mine should be in the smokehouse, I believe.
Okay.
No idea what the hell that is, but let me check real quick.
Somewhere.
The Trevin Smokehouse is in Coleridge. I don't know. I've never been here before, actually.
And
You
where
guys should
was,
have free reign. Boop.
Where did
Hmm?
Ogre get banned? The Silver Stag? No.
He is
No, we're friends with that one.
Spogs in Crowsfoot.
Spog's dice game.
Spogs dice game. What a word. What an absolute word. I like it. Alright, yes, we haven't done any business in Coleridge, put it that way. Of course, you guys have meandered around the town and been here and there. But this place in particular, we haven't really done too much in. To give a real quick rundown of what the place looks like. Coleridge is home to most of the machinists, industrial laborers, factories of the city. It's very cramped, soot-choked, and loud, spewing dense clouds of black smoke, showers of sparks, burnings, and the old elevated train lines that once hauled coal now carry heavy equipment and raw materials to and from Gaddock Station. Though many of the ancient tracks and cars have been abandoned, wink, to squatters who've converted them into makeshift homes, double wink.
Who could that be?
It's almost like there is an unused train zone. No worries, you guys have already jumped in on that.
Literally.
Yeah, quite literally. You beat these nerds to it. Not only do you live in a train, you do business out of one, and soon it shall
We
be the
are the
greatest.
We are the train.
Become his train. Soon all will be trained.
Soon we will mecha evolve into train something.
Oh, if you guys can like Voltron a bunch of trains together, that's definitely
Voltron.
legit.
One day.
Voltrain?
Voltrain.
Definitely Voltrain.
I hate it here.
Wonderful. Alrighty, so technically,
That's
if you
great.
want, you guys can do something for some of the folk here to get yourself unbanned. I don't know if we discussed precisely what you did. Did you basically just make a mess, Desmond? Like, just overindulge and kind of just like were rude, or did we not decide?
I think I was just being like overly loud and annoying every other patron as well.
That'll do it. That'll
I
do
was
it.
gloating basically.
Okay. That very much makes sense. So if that is indeed the plan, we can give that a poke. I need to freaking drill this into my brain. Travern. I hate words that are so much other words. Tavern. No. Travern.
Words.
Alright. May I ask you, Mr. Ogre, by the way, where are you keeping Thorn? Thorn's soul, I guess.
I don't know. See, I don't want someone to like come in and steal it.
Fair.
He has to suffer for all of eternity.
I mean, obviously.
I mean, and the question is, how do you make him suffer?
By sticking
Turn him
him in a
in-
train and turning him into an eternal battery.
Oh
But I have
my.
to make sure that it doesn't drain him enough to where he is just like ghost juice. He has to know what's happening and feel it.
Yes. I mean, I
That-
guess you could also use him as like a test subject for your anti-ghost shield.
I feel like I have to let him out to do that.
I'm sure you can figure something out. Use him as a a reason to get an extra dice on your ghost shield roll.
I'm not sure what you have on you, Ogre, but reasonably, because I'm pretty sure it's your class. You're a weirdo. You got some weird shit.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, in a good way. In a good way. Yeah.
I see how it is.
Yeah. I like weird.
it.
Weird is good. I believe you and Kim, since she's a little spiritual as well, if you will, I believe the two of you could probably work together to find a way to coordinate to ensure he doesn't escape. Because while it's not super common, of course, to mess with the dead, as there is a company, there's a group that basically already does that, is in their entire purpose. So it is difficult. Like, your common folk cannot do it. You are not common folk. So I would say with enough gusto and wriggling, you could definitely do something. You wouldn't just suddenly, woo, and like fly away.
I mean, for now, I guess I'll grab like a chain or something and just like put it over the shelf that I'm
Okay.
setting him on, just so he can't like, I don't know, push the bottle over or something from the inside and get out.
So he's just next to your bed.
He's just kind of like on a shelf on the other side of the room,
Okay. Is he next to anything in
gonna-
particular?
just chained up. Nope. I put him on the shelf alone. He doesn't even get to look at anything.
No stimulation.
Nope.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay. What he deserves is all right.
All you get to do is suffer.
You just get to sit there and be bored forever. Until you
Perfect.
can be in pain forever.
I like it. I like it. Alrighty. Well, if we are going to be giving the a poke to Taverns, the smoke shop in Coleridge, I assume we're just basically offering help as an I'm sorry.
Pretty much.
I mean, for him and also for Drogs, or whatever his name was.
Spogs.
Spogs.
Spog. I love these names.
God. His name is Spogwood. It's a family name.
Spogward.
He's a spoggart. He's been known to spog. Always be spogging.
No.
See, I'm
Spog, you spog, we spog. The study of spog.
spogology.
Spogology.
Love that. I hate that wife doesn't get it.
I don't get it.
She never watched SpongeBob.
Damn.
How dare
Yeah,
you?
no.
What a childhood.
I know, right? Look, I showed her like some classic. Like she giggled at like some of the classic episodes. I'm like, this is like meme 101. Like it's so common to me. Like I just randomly say shit from SpongeBob, and she's just like, haha. Like, you don't know why you're laughing. It's cute, but I guess
Can you
it's
feel
good that
it
it's
now,
funny
Mr.
on its own.
Krabs?
Dost thou feel it? Alrighty. Since you are banned, Mr. Desmond, how are you guys going to approach this building?
Not. Kim's the only one that's feeling well, so she can do the legwork.
All right.
Kim's job.
Kim
Always Kim's
can
job.
go to the smokehouse, and I'll go to Spogs. See if he needs anything.
Swing by good old Spoggy.
Yes.
Where is that? He's in Crowspit? Okay. Well, Crowspit you guys have definitely dipped your toes into. Dangerously.
Yes. That's why I'm going.
Excellent. Alright, we'll go ahead and start here in Coleridge. Miss
I'll
Kim,
make sure to be very paranoid and stick to the alleys.
Ogre, since you are technically banned from the location Desmond's going to, you're more than welcome to go in with Kim. While obviously your stress is high, you were just talking to people. So unless you spaz out and start like punching people, I think you'll be safe.
I guess I'll go with Kim and constantly be looking at people behind me, wondering if they're gonna stab me.
That's a feeling.
Wow.
I mean, at least he's gone. You took care of him.
Yeah, but he's
Yeah.
got friends.
Does he? I think you killed most of them.
Maybe.
I mean,
Well, fortunately, you can question him if you wish. So, Kim, leading this expedition into Taverns, what dost thou do? What's your plan? It is just a smokehouse, so nothing weird. It's just a regular place of business, so you're more than welcome to come on in.
Well, I guess I'll walk in. Just business like.
Okay.
And I'll ask for the manager.
Oh, wrong with that.
Oh no.
Alrighty. You walk in, the first thing you ask for is the manager, and they sort of give you a look and they say, what for? Not sure I recognize you.
I've got this friend that's kind of banned from this place. And I'm hoping to work out some sort of deal that lets him back in.
There
in
is an
case you're
eyebrow.
wondering, there is like a wall with pictures of people that are banned, and I'm there, definitely.
You're the biggest one.
Yes.
Yeah, they sketch out folk that are banned, and Desmond's it looks very unlike him. He's pretty, as we've seen, he's pretty composed for the most part. But the picture they jotted of him, he's just kind of like throwing shit. And he's very like
Yes.
So it looks like him, but it's very unlike him at the same time. And as they mention that, they kind of point
Not
to
one of my finest moments.
they kind of point to that wall, Kim, and say, he's one of them on there.
Yep, he's one of them on there.
You know, folk don't get banned for no reason, right?
I'm well aware. It's just he loves this place. Loves this place. So I'm hoping I can come to some sort of arrangement.
All right, going for sweet talking. Let's see how it is. Well, the man's a bit busy at the moment, but
I can wait.
I was gonna say, fortunately for you, I might be able to help.
Oh, all right.
What exactly were you planning? What's your idea to redeem your friend?
I can offer some sort of service
You
in
can.
exchange for his entrance back in.
He narrows
He
his eyes
looks
at
you
the
over.
word service and says, "Yeah, what do you mean by service?"
Anything you need done.
Slowly nods and then looks at Ogre behind you. Is the Twitch won't view?
Wave.
Yep, he's gonna help.
He nods at that, then looks back to the board, pointing again to the large figure. And the big guy is yours? He's your friend?
They pointed at Desmond?
Yeah, he points to the picture of Desmond.
They've never seen me before, right? Or did I point him out?
He's just wondering if the big one's your friend, because he was recently banned. So
Yeah, actually, good guess.
he nods and sort of thinks to himself for a moment. Did you introduce yourself already?
Not yet.
All right. And nods and asks for your name.
I'm Kim, and this old man is Ogre.
Hello.
Old man, he's 25.
I just go with it at this point. I'm used to being bullied.
He's too busy being paranoid.
Yeah.
Seniors discount, come on.
Seniors discount.
I mean, do they do that still in Duskfall?
Probably not.
Why wouldn't they? Do people actually live to be old in this place?
More likely they would be seen as like a burden on society and turned up to meet.
Probably.
Well, I don't know if you'd get meated, but
that is a good point.
also, who's
I mean,
considered
you
a
would
Meet
senior?
me.
meet for the meet.
Become his meat. Also,
When you get over 40, you get fed to the rats.
I would say that's an interesting question. Who's considered old? 40, 50? God, you're ancient. 20s is like middle-aged.
Yeah, midlife crisis at 16.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, he shakes your hand, Kim, and says, my name's Stev. And, Is your loud friend going to be helping out with this? Or just you two? You got like a little group here going on?
I mean, if we need his help, I would ask for it, unless you don't want me to.
Let's just say as long as he behaves himself and steers clear of the old tavern here. He kind of knocks on one of the posts, one of the wooden posts next to him. Until we've cleared him, of course.
Of course, he wants to come back, but he won't until we give him the go-ahead.
Fair enough, fair enough. And what's your group specializing in exactly? No offense, but you don't look really like too tough. Just three of you?
We're a bit tougher than we look.
All right, he sort of
People in
turns.
bottles.
He like thinks he hears that, but chooses to ignore it, and motions for you two to come somewhere a little more silent. One of the side like smoke corners where there's currently no one situated, and he sits and looking at you two. He says, "Well, I'll be honest here. Much like most folk around here, we got many problems, but not sure if you're situated to take care of all. Your friend there looks a bit worse for wear."
Well, let me know what you need done, and I can tell you if we can do it.
Honestly, you should say, you should see the other guy. And then Ogre pulls out the crystal.
I stuffed him in a
Yeah, it's
bottle.
In a bottle.
I'm sorry, you what? All right, most excellent. He
I drained
says,
his soul.
"Well, you see, there's been a few young bucks around here. They've been kind of pissing us off, making a bit too much noise and squawking and all that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard of them, but the billhooks. They've been putting their noses where they don't belong. They're pretty dangerous gangs. I'm not really sure if you'd want to mess with them too much, but you say you got everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
God, what do we know about the bellhooks?
The billhooks, click, are a tough gang of thugs who prefer to use hatchet, meat hooks, and pole arms.
Hatchet, meat hooks, and pole arms?
Yes, things you'd use to chop meat apart, basically.
They already sound nasty.
Slightly, yes. You
Sounds
do
like
know
they belong
that
in a bottle.
uh, public knowledge, their allies are the Bluecoats and the Ministry of Preservation, and they've made enemies with Ulf Ironborn, the Lost, and the citizenry of Crowfoot and the Docks. All of them.
Oh.
So if we need help, we could contact a neighboring gang for assistance.
Yes, you do know that the Billhooks have been screwing with, so keep in mind, I said the citizenry of Crowsfoot and the Dock. Not necessarily all the gangs, but gangs, citizenry, kind of intermesh when this is your area, you want to protect it. They've been moving around doing things that are not so great. They are rather bloodthirsty, though.
Alright.
And that's bad for business. Fortunately, as I mentioned, they've been able to kind of keep them out of Coleridge, but they don't want their influence to spread too far. So basically, if you can do something to either get them to calm down or what have you, however you want to do it, totally up to you. Obviously, a direct confrontation might be the easiest, but not the safest. He just wants them to chill.
I'm gonna need some time to discuss this with my companions.
He nods.
We'll return once we've succeeded and or realized it's above us. But I think we can handle this.
He puts his hands up and says, "Only payment's letting your friend back in here, so take your time."
That's all I want.
He nods that and says, "Anything else I can do for you? Either
No,
you smoke?"
sir. Ogre,
Huh?
do you smoke?
No.
He looks
You
again.
sure?
Are you peer pressuring him into smoking?
Maybe. No, I'm good. It would ruin my beautiful face.
He smiles at that and nods. And that it is. Well, if the two of you are done, you're more than welcome to leave. Hopefully I'll see you in good salts next time we reconvene.
All right. And I walk out.
All right.
Was Desmond waiting nearby, or did he go off to do the other place?
I went off to the other place. We'll
Okay,
meeting
so then
back
I
at the headquarters basically.
I assume we planned to meet back at. Did you just say headquarters?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll head back to headquarters.
All right, sounds good. All right, and then you were heading to Spogs. What a name.
Making sure to check my back every like 5 seconds.
What an absolute name. All right, as you are headed over to good old Spogs. What do they do again? They're just a dice game. All right, cool. Spogs dice game. Excellent. All right. I would say this is less of a full-on establishment like you're used to, Desmond, and definitely more of a smaller, not necessarily back alley, but it is quite literally
I know my
just
way around.
Yeah. He
I
very
don't
much has
love it, but I know my way around.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been here. Crowsfoot is pretty familiar territory, as this is where you guys did your first mission, and also I'll swing by here occasionally. It's pretty close to your hunting grounds. That makes sense.
If anything, I would definitely have done some research beforehand to find out if they have any like connections to what was the group's name again that we pissed off? Not the Red Sashes, but the other one.
Lampblacks?
The Lamblacks?
Lamp Black, yeah.
Yeah, if they have any connection with them.
If Spogs does?
Just to make sure that I won't get snitched out, basically.
Okay.
Since I'm walking in enemy territory, effectively.
Sure. You actually realize that he positioned his business about near the center, so closer to Crow's Nest. You can tell this is definitely strategic, so he can get business from both the Lampblacks and the Red Sashes, but at the same time, when you guys last left, there was, surprise, surprise, a war. They are just stabbing each other in the streets, still constant back and forth with them. It's not constant, obviously, but when it does happen, it is quite violent. Also, I just noticed there's a street called Chicken Fat Lane.
There's a lot of weird street names, lover.
Chicken Fat, though. I like that. I like that a lot. Alrighty. Heading downtown, Mr. Desmond, you find a little hole in the wall that is known as Spogs Gambling Joint. And you do see a few folk there. They're all lined up and one or two dejected individuals that kind of like are hanging their heads and walking away. Clearly they lost. But there's some others that are pushing their luck. You see chips that are lined up. There's money exchanging hands left and right, and for the most part, people seem to be pretty jovial. He's keeping them nice and liquored up, so maybe they bid a bit more. They're a little more risky with their cash. But people seem to be having fun.
Sounds like a good business strategy. I approve. If anything, I would have done some research on who the hell Sprog is, so I know who to walk up to.
In general, he prefers to run a somewhat smaller business. He has about 3 total tables. You don't necessarily have to sign up to arrive, but it's basically first come first serve. And he seems to run a pretty clean game from what people can tell, which is why he's pretty high in order. Also, it helps that he hasn't really chosen a side. So people sort of know, or at least those that work with the Red Sashes and with the Lampblacks, they know not to show up on the same day. Or if they do, they know to kind of keep their mouths shut. You guys are on the left table, we're on the right table. Don't say anything, don't look at each other, etc., etc. He runs a pretty tight ship, doesn't really take any shit from people. Unfortunately, though, you've heard that, as I mentioned, he doesn't take any sides, but because of their constant infighting, it's made things a little more difficult. Some people showing up on a Wednesday when they're supposed to show up on a Tuesday, and then they fight, and then guess what?
I can imagine.
No one gambles that day. No money, no profits. Does not work for Mr. Spog. So,
In fact, he probably loses money fixing the damages.
in fact, that is the fact. That is indeed the truth. And you've learned this quite easily, Desmond. Both talking around and kind of just observing. He normally mans the middle table, and his right and left hand man and woman will lead the other two.
I would just, go up to his table, I guess, and start playing for a bit.
Okay. There is indeed an open seat for you, as you timed this just perfectly. And as I mentioned before, you kind of look to your left and right, and you see that there are probably more open seats than you're used to seeing. And they're just rolling the die and just having a good time. It doesn't really pay you much mind. Nice and jovial as per usual. The individual to your left is probably a few cups in, and he's being a little aggressive in his bidding, but all the same, people seem to be having a good time.
I mean, I definitely gotta take advantage of that, but while I'm here.
Okay.
And I'm gonna casually mention, seems to be a bit quiet today.
As you say that, you can kind of see Spog just give you a sort of solemn nod. He goes, Oi. A bit quiet, but business is still good.
No, it's gonna be good for business with things as they are.
You see for a moment he kind of narrows his eyes and just kind of nods again. True, but things always return to the way they were. Just got to be patient. Yeah, just trust in the ways.
Would be nice if it was, if there was a way to speed it up a bit, wouldn't it?
As you say that
as a business owner myself, I can see, profits are everything after all.
He doles another hand, and it's more die roll. There's winners, there's losers, and you can tell he's not paying more attention to you, Desmond. Not speaking plainly, he nods in agreement and says, "Oh, that's definitely true. I've unfortunately seems that not many folk are paying too much attention to Crow's Nest now with the situation. But if folk would clean things up, that could definitely make things a bit better for everyone involved."
I would agree with that.
You got business here, friend? Or elsewhere?
Well, to go straight to business, I have this friend who would very much like to come back to your establishment.
You answer that. Your friend got a name?
Ogre. He does have a name, yes. Though I'm not sure if you remember it. If anything, you'll remember his face more.
Yeah, he kind of does
That's
the.
supposed to mean.
He's looking up and thinking of Ogre. So they're sort of tasting the name. Oh, yeah, I know that individual. He
kind of weird, old-looking, actually surprisingly young.
How old is he?
I'll lean over and whisper, I think he's 25.
He kind of that. Oh, okay. No, sure. Oh, all right. It's the
Well,
ages haven't been.
Regardless, he is rather eccentric considering his background. So I can completely agree with you that he probably caused some issues. And he, well,
I
not
do
good for
recall some
business
issues.
either.
Yeah, I do recall some.
What did he actually do? He never told me the full story.
Let's just say things got a little messy and loud, but I'll be
Yeah, that
entirely
sounds like
honest. Have you said your name yet, by the way?
No, not yet.
And before he answers, what was your name, friend?
I'll formally introduce myself. Desmond, owner of the whatever the hell my shop is called in the other place.
That sure
Don't
is an
even
eclectic.
have a name yet.
That sure is an eclectic name. I like it.
I think I was just gonna call it like the Nook or something.
Aw.
All right, and he once again kind of thinks his. I'll think about it that way before. All the same though. All the same. Let's just say your friend here got a little loud, got a little, as you put it, weird on that day. But let's just say that fate might not have been on his side. There's a bit of a fight, bit of a tizzy, if you will, during that day. And he kind of looks to his left and motions with his head, and you can see there's a couple members of the Lampblacks on the table to his side. And he says, "Some folk were raising a bit of a fuss, if you catch my drift, and my assumptions are he got caught up in it, and honestly, I've had it with that shit, so, well, I'll just kick him out. I assumed he was part of them."
I'll laugh at that. Trust me, we do not go hand in hand.
I'll take your word on that. What were you suggesting to clear your friend's name, though? Because all the same, even if I misunderstood, he's still raised a bit of a shit.
Yes. Well, he has had some trouble in his youth, as I said, but he's calmed down recently. And, well, if you've heard of my shop, you might also know some other services I provide.
His eyes pause on you for a moment. He kind of slowly nods and says, "Aye."
I like to solve problems, and if you have a problem that needs solving that could clear the slate for him, I would be more than welcome to help.
Well, there's definitely been a problem locally. It has been plaguing us all, so that's the first thing that comes to mind.
Yes. I could potentially do something about that.
Let's just say we'd all appreciate it.
Yes. I'll have to talk things over a bit, but I'll come back with news.
Of course. That seems fair.
Alright then.
And may I ask, if you want, you don't have to, of course, since we are in a gambling hall, did you actually want to, did you actually really want to gamble throwing some die or no?
Yeah.
I'll put it this way.
I mean, I'm not gonna walk in there and disrespect it by not playing the games.
Yeah, of course.
I don't have any coin on me right now, but...
Yeah, so I was gonna say, well, while you do have enough coin definitely to gamble while you're kind of playing, if you want, I'll let you do this. Entirely up to you. You don't need to stress or push yourself or anything. I'm trying to think what's the most fair number of dice to roll. I'm thinking 3 or 4, and if you get a 6, you'll gain a coin, and if you don't, you'll just lose a coin. Up to you.
Sure.
Okay. I'll say you like him. You did a real good job with him. He seems real happy. So go ahead and roll 4 die, and then if you get a 6, just add a coin. If you don't, then we'll subtract 1. What the hell happened there?
That's not a roll.
4 divided by 6.
What the
Nice.
hell?
What'd
You
you
did
type?
it.
Just /roll 4d6?
Interesting. If you want, you can just roll consort, just add
Huh.
+1. That'll do it too. That's interesting.
Never done that before.
Yeah. It even made the dice rolling sound. Nice.
sick.
Okay. Excellent. Glad you had that last one.
I took
go-
advantage of that guy that was drunk, apparently.
Excellent. Go ahead and add 1 die either to your stash or on 1 die, Jesus. 1 coin to either your stash or your person. Your choice.
I'll put it at crew for now.
He's pretty impressed with your dice playing. You were very jovial, very professional, and a good gambler. So he seems to like you guys.
You mean him?
Yeah. Well, Desmond hinted that he's part of a larger group. So whoever's with Desmond. definitely a fan of, we'll say.
Alright, I added the gold.
All right, excellent. All right, and with that, you guys technically have 2 semi-connected-ish missions, and you guys said you're going to meet back up in the docks. Your base.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, after all your conversations, you head back over there. All right, it's a little later in the day. Your head and soul in a jar is ornery, but what's he gonna do about it?
He can deal.
He can deal.
Kind of has to. He doesn't have a choice.
This is true.
Can we like hear him talking out of the bottle or anything, or is it just like moving every now and then?
I would say currently all
Because
you
I'm
hear is
muffled screaming.
all you hear are moans currently. He's probably trying to like reorient himself. He half thought he died, he did die. Half thought he was probably either gonna go down with you or just kill you and get away with it. So I would say
Instead,
he's a
deadened.
He's
Yeah.
probably very confused.
very confused and very very more angry because he was already pretty angry. So
Good. Suffer.
I mean, he definitely went after the wrong enemy.
Old
It's
man
all
is
his own fault.
crazy.
And never
Old
mess
man's
with
got
Grace.
lightning now. You might have had a chance when I didn't have my gun, but now I got lightning instead.
Even scarier. Oh my god.
alrighty, now that you all reconvened, what's the plan?
Desmond, how'd it
Disgusting.
go?
Well, as it turns out, our old friends, the Lampjacks and the Silver Sashes, the Red Sashes, right,
Yes.
are causing quite some trouble for our good friend. I can't remember his name.
Spog.
I already forgot it.
It's,
God
a,
damn
it's a weird
Spog.
name, Spog.
they're the two who are at war because was the Crow's leader died?
I think so, yes.
Good memory, yeah. The Crow's leader died and someone took over. They believe that the new person that took over is one who killed the Crow's leader, but all the same, they are trying to gather a ceasefire between the two.
I mean,
So
didn't
they're trying to
we
get them
do
to chill.
Didn't we do the mission for her?
In traffic.
Wait, did our mission set them against each other?
In a way, yeah. But that was your plan, though. So they already hated each other. And
We kind of started the trouble, yes.
They just
Well,
hate each other more now.
they hate each other more, yeah. Basically,
Yeah.
they took a sword from the Red Sashes, and then y'all took it back. So they assumed that the Red Sashes took it back. And then y'all kind of like, nee, and then you pieced out. So
Like children.
So, you want us to attempt to broker peace with the people we set against each other?
It doesn't have to be peace.
They just gotta chill.
Like, what was your side of the issue? From, I phased out during that, honestly. I'm not sure what your mission is.
They want us to... I'm actually not sure how to explain this. They want the what's-its to stop bothering or not encroach upon their area.
yeah, the bill hooks are getting extra violent. They're already bothering the citizenry. The thing is, you guys are actually aware of this because you live here in the docks, and they do bother people here. Specifically, like I said, the citizenry, so just regular ass folk. The Travern's worried that they're going to move into Coleridge and start doing business there, and he very much would not like that. So
And where
anything
are
you can
the,
do to get them to stop.
Where are the billhooks located?
The bill hooks are
Base, basically.
yeah, their base is Coleridge, but they do most of their business elsewhere. So they don't shit where they sleep, basically.
Yeah, I mean, we
Why
could
not?
basically set them up so that it looks like they are trying to invade Crowsuit as well, and attacked both the Sashes and the Lampjacks headquarters or something. Basically make them allies for a duration while they beat the shit out of the guys with the hooks. I can't remember what the name is. The bill hooks.
Bill hook.
We've been doing that a lot lately, actually.
Okay, hang on. Re-explain that plan.
So we basically set the bill hooks up so that it looks like they attacked both the lampjacks and the
And the
red
red
sashes,
sashes?
so that they band together against the billhooks, basically.
If you
Or
guys want
forge
to make
a
it a little
truce.
easier, there's a summary for both Coleridge and Crow's Foot, and it has all the names for all the crews, and you can click on it and get more information there. And you can pop it out if you want, or if you double click it, it shrinks, so you can open it real quick to see the names.
Coleridge.
And then Coleridge summary. You can pop it out. If you double click the gray bar at the top, it'll actually shrink, and then you can reopen it when you want to look at it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, pretty cool. And if you want to find it easier when you're under the notes, of course you can click the note on the map, or you can just type it. So if you want Coleridge, you can just type Cole, and Coleridge summary will
Wow,
come up.
Coleridge is poor, has no security, has limited criminal influence, and no occult influence.
Yeah, and then if you want Crow, you can just go to the journal entry, type Crow, and Crowfoot summary will pop up instantly. So the search feature actually works quite well. Very simple. So that can help a little. And then if you click their name, it should generally give you some information. I know some of it is hidden from you guys, but it's basically common knowledge. So. Like I mentioned, with the bill hooks specifically, I think I mentioned they were poking at. They're already poking at Crow's Foot, so it makes sense that they're already there. So that is a very good idea.
Yes. How do you solve a war? By making another war, obviously.
You know. That's how you do it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's how you do it. All right, so
The Dockers, what a funny name.
first we need to enrage the two gangs against them, right?
Yes.
And then point out, hey, they're the ones who did it.
Which should be easy enough done if we leave like a bunch of meat hooks and cleavers, butchers cleavers at like the scene of the crime.
Yeah, you guys know they are probably one of the only ones that use these kind of weapons. They're overly brutal and a bit over the top, if I'm to be entirely honest. So yes, people aren't normally running around with hooks, meat cleavers, and shit attacking people.
Is there
Honestly, it might even be easier to like coax the bill hooks to actually attack both of them, because they are so brutal.
hmm.
We need to find a way to do that, huh?
I mean, I guess we could say we could offer up some sort of info that they need, but then we need to find out what they need.
I mean, we could say something about. We assume that the crows never gave back the sword to the red sashes, right? That we delivered to them.
So I'm trying to remember. Y'all did something really weird with that.
Like we gave the sword to them, but we also gave a
There was a fake sword,
copy.
too.
Yes, a fake sword which we gave back to the lampjacks. To that guy.
Yes. Yes, that was it. You told him that you were going to take the sword, and then he could wink, wink, get it back. And then he's like, "Hey guys, look, I found the sword that they took. Yay me, right?" Yeah, so that was exactly it.
So we've already gotten a guy in that we could potentially speak with.
Well, he isn't. Doesn't have a high. He doesn't see me all that well, but yeah. Or you, for
Yeah.
that matter.
And then for reference, the red sashes like you guys more than the lamp blacks do, because you did piss off the lamp blacks. Like, you intentionally left behind some chicken bone, and you intentionally left behind your daggers.
Oh yeah, I can't go there as myself.
Yeah. So if anything, the crows and the red sashes they tolerate you guys. I think one of them had a +1, but one of the devil's bargains or one of the downsides made it go down by 1.
Like we could. Actually, that's a good one. We could tell the red sashes, like, hey, it turns out that the lamp blacks didn't actually steal your sword. It was the billhooks. They tried to foot you, and the sword that the lampjacks had is actually fake. Because
Considering
it is
you faked
fake.
it and it's a good fake, you know it's fake.
Yes.
So
we know it's fake.
you know under closer scrutiny it's fake. So that's not a lie.
And they're basically saying that the billhooks are trying to have you two fight it out, so that they can take over your territory when you're weak or something.
But a wicked web we weave.
Yes, I like this idea.
Technically, what happened is the Lamp of Blacks stole a sword from the Red Sashes, and then you took it from them. You gave the actual sword back to the Red Sashes, and then you gave a fake sword back to the Lamp Blacks.
No, I gave that back to the
Crow.
What's it called? The crow.
Yeah,
right?
well, the crow. Sorry, yeah, the crows gave it back to the Red Sashes. That was like, hey, peace offering, chill.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
I think she either said that or did you guys know after the mission that's basically what transpired. But she did give it back.
Yeah. And what was the story behind the crows giving it back to them? Actually, how they acquired it? Did they just steal it back or something?
Effectively, yeah. Just trying to show like I don't know if she told you guys basically what happened, but I think she said we got it back without too much of a hassle. Y'all need to stop fighting though, like calm down a bit, or at least you guys stop instigating. Because like, look, you got your sword back, stop fighting. Was kind of her attitude towards the Red Sashes.
Okay. Sure. And we can just spread the rumor that it's the Billhooks. It was all the Billhooks' plan to set everyone apart so they could take over the crow's foot or something.
Will a rumor be enough?
I mean, we have some pull with the crows, and we did something for the sashes, I guess.
And they do know you helped because you guys. I
And
think
we
she
can
said she would let them
prove
know
to a
that.
degree that it's fake. At least this actual sword is fake. I'm not
Yeah.
sure how that would work though. But...
And then the crows told you guys that they put in a good word with the Red Sashes, saying, "Hey, there's a new crew that kind of came by, and they're the ones that helped with this." So. Oh, that was also
So then
part
the
of
only ones we really pissed off were the Lamp Blacks.
You blew up their
I mean,
kitchen, and you stole a sword. I think you threw some knives at people, Kim, aiming for their crotches, but I believe you missed, and then jumped out a window.
Yes.
I don't think any sausages were skewered on that day. No.
No, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Of course, because that's her new MO.
You're a monster.
I'm a woman.
A woman is a woman.
I hope your boyfriend never
Is that what
finds
she
out about
says?
that side of you.
No, I'm sure he's heard the stories. Besides, I brag to him all the time.
Is that something you want to brag about? Stabbing people in the dick?
No.
He
Like-
knows he's safe.
I
Is
mean,
that a
as
threat?
a man, no,
No.
you would not be okay with that.
Yeah, I will say, as an owner of a sausage, if you told me you stabbed someone else in their schnitzel, I'd be like, funny, but you're slightly unhinged.
Yeah, but isn't unhinged normal in this place?
Yeah, maybe he likes a little bit crazy. maybe he likes that side of you.
Oh God.
Anyway.
Well, we're gonna have to get our story straight at least, but what makes the most sense?
Do we? Because I could disguise myself or any of us as a blue hook,
Bill.
Bill Hook.
Blue Bill. Wait.
Blue Bill.
Yeah,
The Blue Bill duck.
Bill. So we could potentially like also set up some extra, fodder for the rumors. Like maybe we could do some petty, I don't know, arson or
Petty arson.
or
I mean,
thievery
Do the billhooks do arson?
or
They are
property
good.
damage. I don't know. Maybe I just destroy a fence or something.
We use a bomb.
I guess it depends on now. I mean, do the
Disrespect
billhooks
your
use bombs?
surroundings.
They are
I feel like
brutal.
everyone could use a bomb at some point.
Everyone
desperate
definitely
enough, you
has
can use a
access
bomb.
to bombs, but they are somewhat expensive and I won't say hard to come by, but they're not easy to come by. They are bombs.
Just make your own. It's easy.
Could we like throw a meat cleaver, like threat warning, we're coming for you at like their door,
That's fine.
the Lamp Black's door, to like get them on edge and maybe be more willing to team up?
I mean, I'm more so worried, is that actually something the billhooks would do, or would they just attack?
It is.
We could also do research. Do
Yeah,
our usual
we definitely
investigate
should.
research step.
Yeah. Oh man, do I still have my dice? I don't. I'm actually wondering where they went. Kind of sad.
Your dice have been stolen.
Well, I never get to roll, which is fine. It doesn't bother me, but like I had die
It does bother you. Stop lying.
and they died. Well, actually no, it's actually way easier if I don't have to roll. If I'm being entirely honest, I can think way quicker. I like fast resolution
Just-
mechanics. If I'm being entirely
Just
honest.
roll in your head.
I honestly I have dice in front of me. I can just do that. I don't have like 8. But for our gather, we'll do a quick gather information and then kind of I'll dump some info on you from that. Let's say I think around 4 is pretty good with all the assets you guys have. Because you only get +1. Desmond, maybe 5. Yeah, I think 5 should be good,
I
right?
get +1 if I talk with someone. Yeah, but I can probably talk with someone.
Yeah, because you have +3 and then +1 to your skill. And I would say with the general snooping that Kim and Ogre have been doing, I'll add 1 to that. So we'll do 5. Then basically, see how many 6s we get. So I'll roll 2 dice, and then a 2 dice, and then 1 dice. Oh look, I rolled a 6.
Yay.
Nice.
We know
Can we
everything.
also tell the crow's foot that we're going to
Probably.
assist them calm these 2 clans down, and maybe in exchange they can help push the billhooks out of the area for that guy, like long term?
Yeah, that could definitely work. So we'll say you guys, yeah, indeed, you guys gave the crows a heads up, like, hey, we're once again we come to you, hoping to assist, and you definitely have to know that. We'll say they share information with you, and with all the information you guys have gathered, the standard mechanic for gather information, since we got standard, basically good details, clarifying follow-up questions. So you guys can ask me whatever you want, and I'll just go ahead and answer it. So basically, we're looking into the build-ups.
All right. So, what's their MO? Will throwing a threatening cleaver at someone's door with a threatening note like work as trying to frame them?
As a preemptive warning, yes. They are definitely arrogant in that nature. They feel somewhat untouchable for some reason. You're not entirely sure why.
I mean, they are related to the blue coats.
Which is also confusing. So something you've actually noticed while you're looking about, usually, as you guys guessed, they don't necessarily leave their weapons behind and such, but sometimes they will. Mainly as a pre-warning of like, we're coming for you, which definitely leads into their arrogance. They're definitely known for leaving behind butchered corpses, though, and they'll leave them out in like a very grisly way. So they won't just kill someone; they'll like hang them up. They'll hang them up on like hooks. They'll chop up body parts and like position them in the most gruesome way to send a message. They want people to be terrified. In your research, you have actually discovered that while we're where the blue coats are very easily persuaded to turn a blind eye, they're almost too lenient with the billhooks.
That sounds interesting. I should probably ask my friends about that.
Yes.
Time for a trip to what's his face? I haven't talked to him in so long. Jeremy.
Good old Jeremy. Where does Jeremy normally hang out, you think?
Probably like the worst district where you could be sent as a blue coat.
Fair enough. There's plenty of shit locations. Realistically, either the ones we're currently dealing with are pretty not great. Coleridge and Crowsfoot, considering there is indeed a war there. But we can say you indeed meet up with your friend, and he's definitely happy to see you. Happy to see a face he can trust.
Yeah. I mean, if he's in Crowsfoot, then he probably also has like an advantage if we fix things up a bit.
Indeed. So what are your questions?
I mean, just small talk, like how's things going here? And I heard about the war with the red sashes and the lampjacks.
He sort of nods that and says, yeah, it's definitely been problematic. Obviously I'm not here by myself, but I ain't getting help, that's sure as shit.
Nah, not in
It's a
this
bit-
place.
It's a bit much for one guy. I know you guys attempted to help, but no offense, I think anyone dipping their toes into this is just bound to get
Nah,
more issues.
yes. Well, I happen to be working on something which might help with that actually.
Yeah,
So tell
go
me, what
on.
do you know about the billhooks?
Interesting question. What precisely did you want to know? Why are you asking?
Well, I seem to have noticed that they are quite open about their business, and your colleagues don't seem to mind them all that much. Is there anything going on between those two?
There have been rumors. Yeah.
Hmm.
Say one thing could be serving the issue. I'd say at least. Their leader, or well, I'm not sure he's still doing it. Powerful. Father of Aaron, Corin, who also allegedly are the leaders of this group. But their father, or Wolf, serving life in prison currently. He's getting up there in the age as well, so, well, rumors are true. It won't last much longer. And from what I gather, is 2 kids are taking advantage of that. They're getting more violent. They're both trying to take over. They don't
Yes,
work well
I've
together,
heard.
you see. He must be doing something. I'm not entirely sure what. By no means does he have it under control, but he's...
Wait, is he still in prison?
Yeah,
Despite
no,
the break last week?
he's
Or-
he's serving. No, he's serving life. He had no chance of escape. He's up there in age. For whatever reason, I did hear about the prison break, but he did not escape. Whether he didn't want to, or whether he is as sick as they say, he's still there.
No, I've heard of people with enough pull like that. Makes sense.
It's
He's
unfortunate.
safe in prison.
Yeah. It's weirdly enough, he's probably more safe there. His kids can't get to him, and
Exactly.
whatever blue coats surround him, he's probably already paid them off. So probably they led to the situation we're currently in.
So you think that the moment he's dead, the entire deal will end? Or do you think the Bluecoats will end up helping one of the kids as well?
God, I really don't know. Currently, from what I gathered, both Aaron and Corin are they're so focused on power, on this control. They're putting up a
Aren't we all?
friendly family facade right now, but we all know they hate each other.
Not good for business, family disputes.
Nope, not good for us either. Causing too much
Definitely
violence.
not.
They're
Yes.
breaking out a bit, and well, shit, I'm doing my damnedest to hold them down, but it's too much for one man. I mean, shit, even if y'all help, it's rough. I mean, one step at a time and all, but it's whatever we can do. Do you have any plans, ideas? This isn't just a question you kind of drop for, casual conversation.
I'll give him like a smile and do you really want to know?
He
You would be an accomplice.
he sighs and smiles back and says, I'm already neck deep in it. What do you got for
You'll
me,
find
Desmond?
out soon enough.
Anything you can share with me ahead of time?
Well, let's just say that soon enough the hook bills and or might find a combined enemy of the red sashes and the lamblacks.
raises an eyebrow at that and kind of slowly nods and says, they have been encroaching on their territory. Almost.
Yes, and the crows aren't all that happy about it.
I'd imagine not. I've been trying to talk with them, but you sit down with them for an hour or so, you break bread, things are fine for a moment. Next day they're just at it again. It's like nothing I can say and do is helping. It doesn't help that I'm not getting any backup from the force either. We think we established peace or something vaguely resembling it, and you pay someone off, you threaten the right person, you do the right thing, and all gets flushed down the drain. Frustrating.
Been there, done that. That's the entire reason why I ended up doing, well, what I do now.
Getting a bit tired of it, being entirely honest.
I can see that.
Well, if you need any help from me, Desmond, please don't hesitate to ask.
Oh, trust me, you've already helped me enough.
He nods at that.
Well, I guess just some more small talk and then I'll go home and
All right.
share the news with the crew.
Excellent. Your friend definitely appreciates having a sit down and a chit chat, and he hopes for brighter days in the future.
Yeah, just talking about our past and how things ended up like this and why the world is shit.
Yeah, pretty much. And whatever we do, hopefully we'll change it for the better. So you share this information with Kim and Ogre. You guys basically now know, to summarize it real quick, Tarvul, he is the technical leader of the Billhooks. He's their father, and he is serving life in prison. He's still somehow ruling from there. We can probably guess how that is possible. He has there are two family members. He has two spawn, if you will. Aaron is the sister, and Koran is the brother. And both of them are basically fighting for control of the buildings. They are playing nicely, but, if a knife happens to slip, if someone happens to get poisoned, no love lost.
Yes.
Lovely.
Yeah.
I mean, that means more fun for us, right?
Yes.
It's pretty hectic from what you guys can gather, so...
Yeah, we can literally set everyone against each other.
Yeah. So with this
Sounds like a
information-
wonderful family.
I know,
Exactly.
right? Just joy and rainbows and all that shit. Lukewarm coffee, my favorite. Alrighty, what is the plan now that we have this information?
Good question.
I will say, remember that I'm 100% on your guys' side, and if we need to, obviously not for Ogre, if we need to flashback, they don't necessarily cost any stress. It can just be something, oh shit, we forgot to do this, can we have done this? I'll just say yes. Unless it's something completely ridiculous, that might cost like 1 stress. Other than that, if you guys just have a general plan, we want to turn this group against this group, kind of like your guys' little bomb plan that only required, I think, 1 roll just to hide the bomb, and that was it. This could be something pretty, what's happening is big,
Wait,
but...
do they use
Yeah.
bombs?
No, remember when you guys blew up you guys acquired a bomb?
Prison.
Yeah. With both the prison and also the, shit, what's it called? The train station, remember that one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was literally 1 roll. that whole mission was 1 roll. Because it was just planning and putting people against each other, putting folk in the right positions, and then a bomb going off, and then you guys just kind of hid, and then just waited for them to clear out after the blue prison boys swung by and kind of busted everybody. So
Like, I would
Okay.
say we have an amiable relationship with the crows. We could probably clue them in and talk about the ID.
okay, that sounds good.
Basically, make them convince both the Red Sashes and the Lampblacks that it was the brothers, or one of the brothers, regardless, that did that entire thing. Make it seem like that, and then we also spread the rumor that to the other brother that was not actually, that he paid the crows to say that, so that would be another war. So there would also be an internal war, and then we don't even have to do anything. That's great.
That very much could work. So
Everything
I
works
will
out
say
perfectly.
situations where technically nothing is happening, I'll just do a fortune roll. and I'll roll more die depending on how good it is, and then we can just leave the whole thing up to fortune of does it reach the right ears, do they react the right way. A fortune roll works very similarly to a gather information roll. I just roll a shit ton of die, and then fate just lets us know what happens.
Yeah.
So that sounds good with you guys.
I
Sure.
see nothing that can go wrong. Aside from the crows backstabbing us, but yeah.
Well, I'm trying to think. I think one of the Devil's Bargains or one of the entanglements, I believe what happened was something along the lines of there was a miscommunication. It did hurt your guys' reputation with the crows, but it wasn't bad. It was just, I think, a miscommunication. And I believe you guys said you kind of ironed things out a bit, but, due to issues and whatnot, it was kind of up. So what we'll go ahead and do is I will just roll d6 equal to, effectively, like I said, it works just like a gather information roll or a, not a position roll, sorry, what's it called? Brain right now. Dear God, the hell's the first roll? Engagement roll. Works just like that. So effectively, we just add die depending on how many advantages we have. So it always starts at 1, I believe, and we just go up from there. So I would say you guys just throw story advantages we have in this scenario, and we'll just start adding dice. The things that will help us in this endeavor.
Well, we don't have a positive reputation with the crows apparently, but they know us at least.
Mhm.
So like we have connections to them at least.
Well, yeah, and they know we do good work.
Definitely. And I'd say you guys have gathered enough information about the billhooks themselves, so we'll add 1 for that.
And I would say that Desmond would have like meticulously planned it out to like give them a good presentation of what's gonna happen
All right.
and all the advantages they could get out of it.
Definitely. And as we mentioned before, they do trust you guys, and you guys have planned this out pretty well. You've spoken with enough people. No plan is flawless, of course, because that is boring. But this is a very solid plan, and it benefits basically everyone because no one wants the billhooks here. Everyone wants them gone. So once again, no love lost. So you guys are planning a fight between sort of the group that's already in Crowsfoot, but also amongst themselves. So inner turmoil will also hurt the billhooks, I would say.
And potentially the Trevin, was it?
Mhm.
Like they could make the Trevin and the Crowsfoot have a better relationship as well, because they're effectively helping each other out anyway.
Okay.
Relationship building.
Yeah, that's most definitely good. I mean, we got business. Business is working well together, saying, hey, in case you guys didn't know, you have a common enemy. So that can definitely help build relations with you. So. Okay, I will say we're 6. Anything
I also
else?
have an inside man in the Lamplax. I'm
Yeah,
not sure if I
inside
can
man.
persuade him to do anything, but
Oh, I'd say your inside man plus the fact that the sword is actually already fake helps a shit ton. So we'll go ahead and add 1 for that. I'll actually add 2 for that because you know a dude and the sword's fake. I'm gonna subtract 1 only because.
Would it benefit them finding out the
I
sword is
mean,
fake?
Well,
that's how we tell the story, I guess.
Yeah. So I will say the only major disadvantage realistically is that the billhooks are a higher tier and they're somewhat unorganized-ish currently. So it might be difficult for word to get around, but that's only
we're
1.
doing subterfuge.
You are, which is why you have
That doesn't matter how
it's why you have 7 dice.
Like, what if we also let slip to the Crowsfoot that the real patriarch is basically the father in prison, and he is apparently soon to die, so they might be able to set their own foot in Coleridge if they wanted to,
Okay.
because
With-
they're currently being protected by the blue coats because the father is, well, basically paying them off.
Yeah. All right. I do indeed like that. All right. So we'll leave that all up to this 1 roll. Basically, how it functions is, like I said, very similar to the others. 1 to 3 is a whiff. 4 to 5 is mixed. 6 is good. Basically, it just happens. More than 1 6 is a critical. We're rolling 8 d6s.
Do we have any
Not enough.
I don't know.
abilities
That's
that work with this now?
any what?
Any like crew abilities or other abilities that work
I
with this?
don't think so. So the
doubt
fortune
this.
roll, fortune roll is basically for the DM. It's basically not when I want to not decide. It's basically when we've done a lot of things, and rather than me going flip a coin, you basically look at everything assisting us and everything hindering us, and then just let fate basically decide because fate is messy. All right, so
Yes.
we're gonna roll
8 ones. Here we go.
8 d6s, and we want 1 6, but 2 6s will be a crit. It's gonna show up sloppy, so I'm gonna have to open it. Let's say 1 6 2 5s. Perfect. That means full success. Excellent. Alrighty. So to be clear, that is not a mixed success. That is full. Basically everything you guys wanted is going to happen. A crit would have been everything, and then some's going to happen. So
Spicy.
yeah. Not a crit, but still very, very, very good. So congratulations. Effectively, what's going to happen with all this is all the rumors that are spread, all of the little webs that we've weaved, all the folk that we've spoken with, all the traps and things that we've played and placed along the way, all sort of culminate in... There's definitely some fighting. This is unavoidable, of course. Fortunately, we're not involved in any of it. But from what we can tell, there's about a week or so where Crowsfoot calms down, at least the inner turmoil. And the billhooks that keep pushing their way in and screwing with the citizenry of both our home and the home of the Crowsfoot, it dies down slightly. Because yes, they're fighting with each other. Well, so initially they weren't fighting with each other. It was very subtle. So for the most part, the people in the billhooks, they just want to not relax, but they want to do what they're doing. They want to have fun. They don't really want this inner squabbling. It's bothering them. It's wasteful. But more and more rumors, due to you guys and others, have spread that, oh hey, did you hear that like Jerry's on this side and this person's supporting this person supporting this person? So doubt spreads and doubt grows. And due to that, during some of their fights, maybe there's some sidelong glances. Is he looking at me weird? Is she giving me an eye? Would he? No. Or would he? And due to this misunderstanding, we'll say, they don't do so well when they're jumped by a group of red sashes. And the next day, a group of lampblacks. And the blue currents are there to protect them. They try to protect themselves, but it's too late. And their further encroachment into Coleridge dies down. Their rampant violence, both the docks and Crowsfoot, doesn't completely die out, but it very much ceases for a few days. There's still whisperings here and there, but you all know that you've definitely accomplished something. And rumors are floating around, Desmond, that you happen to pick up. The reason the fighting has died down is because the fighting has turned itself inward. People are pointing fingers. Folk are getting angry. Maybe some folk are no longer taking sides with old Padre. Maybe some folk are only taking sides because they think he ran things better. We like things the way they were. And now the billhooks are in trouble. I will say with this mechanic that can indeed happen. Where are we? Let me go down them quick. Dear God, there are one too many clans. The Bilbos. They are currently
The Babadooks.
the Babadooks. They are currently a tier 2 weak clan. I'm going to actually downgrade them to a tier 1 strong. They do not
What
like
a bunch of dummies.
They do not like or dislike you guys. I will give the Crows a +1. The Red Sashes and Lampblacks are kind of going to remain semi-neutral for the time being. God, I've had so many here. But the Billhooks aren't angry at you guys, but we do know they're smaller. They've lost folk. Either they've left or they've fractured off into their own. But this is a mechanic you guys can actually affect. You can either completely wipe out these clans, these factions, or you can increase or decrease their standing, which you just did. Good job.
Wait, so are we neutral with the Lampblacks now, or are we not changed? Is that what you meant?
I'll say this. Would you have wanted because you guys did leave very clear evidence of your attack with them. Did you want to attempt
No,
to?
probably not.
So they're not angry.
Like, if anything,
it's adversary, but not like
it
full
probably
on.
wouldn't. Yeah, it probably would like help.
Yeah. We can say if you guys want to recover that, or if you don't want to, entirely up to you. Because the thing is, the red sashes and lampbacks, they're probably always going to be fighting, to be completely honest. So if you want to either continue to piss them off or just kind of like wipe them out, or vice versa, the red sashes, totally depends. That's entirely up to you guys, but the crows like you more, so I added 1 to the crows.
Like, if anything, I would say make them more amenable to each other. I don't mind if they're like fighting it out a bit, but they should be able to be seen together.
Okay. Well, during all this, maybe they didn't want to admit they worked together. The lamp blacks and the red sashes.
More willing to make
Understandable.
concessions, basically.
But there's been a temporary calm down and ceasefire, as when you fight side by side with someone, something clicks. And sometimes your petty squabbles do indeed seem petty. And we will say, with that, Ogre and Desmond, you guys can go ahead and remove the fact that you're banned from both of those locations.
Oh boy.
Yay.
The 2 birds, 1 stone. Obviously, we made no money here, but you guys can go back to those locations, and we affected some factions, that's for sure. Alright, and that is technically a score done.
I mean, technically it's 2 scores down, but
Technically.
Yeah, that's 2 scores.
Technically it is.
We found a way to interlink them.
I know, right? Very
Exactly.
fancy. Very fancy.
soon
Alrighty.
we'll interlink like 5 different scores into one mingle mesh.
I know,
Well,
huh?
one day we'll get there.
One day
Yes.
indeed. Alrighty,
Desmond's true
so
dream to literally change the entire face of Duskfall with 1 roll.
beautiful. Alrighty. First and foremost, you guys were indeed, so this was a silent operation, but people didn't know about it. So we are going to
Only the
gain.
right people.
I mean,
knew
yeah,
about
our
it.
clients knew about it.
Mhm,
Like the crows knew about it, and
Yep.
the guys in Goldridge probably knew about it.
correct. So
Potentially
we're-
to a degree.
Right, so we're going to gain 2 rep plus 1 because the bill hooks are indeed higher than you guys. They aren't nobodies, so we gain 1, 2, 3.
Leveled up.
Indeed, rep did level.
Again? Damn.
So your
Doing
crew didn't
quick.
level, your rep level.
Oh, that's even better then.
That means you guys go from tier 1 weak to tier 1 strong. Doesn't cost you anything. The next time the rep maxes out, it will cost you money to go to tier 2, but you guys are currently tier 1 strong.
Yes.
I don't believe we gain anything there. It's just
I don't
when
think so either, no.
yeah, it's just when you go to tier 2 basically. Reminder that your specialists and a lot of your roles are equal to your tier. So yay. So that will go up there. And then heat. You know, no, I'm gonna say 0. Y'all completed it, but like y'all did this real quiet. You were really careful. You intentionally didn't involve any popo. So I'm just gonna say 0.
I mean,
Nothing.
the only popo I involved was my friend, but he's
Yeah,
gonna
exactly. Yeah, exactly. he ain't talking, that's for sure. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just say straight up say 0 for that one because that makes the most sense. And then we're going to roll an entanglement. Remind me, do you guys have a skill that lets you augment this?
I don't think so.
I think didn't we just get one?
Yeah, I thought you did.
Oh, right, we might have actually.
When you roll entanglements, roll twice and keep the one you want. When you reduce
Ah,
heat on the
yes.
crew, take an extra back. It's not reducing heat yet. First you do entanglement. So technically we're gonna roll
Yes.
2 times.
Oh, that was a private roll.
Yes. So I'll
But we
basically
need
tell
to be able
you.
to see them.
Yeah, I'll tell you what they are. One of them is gang trouble. The other one is questioning. Basically, the top one is one of your gangs or cohorts cause trouble due to their flaws. You can lose face, which is forfeit rep equal to your tier plus 1. That'd be 2. To make an example of one of the gang members, or face reprisals from the wronged party. Questioning is the blue coats grab an NPC member of your crew or one of the crew's contacts to question them about your crimes. Who do the blue coats think is most vulnerable? Make a fortune roll to see how much they talk. Either you gain heat or you pay them off. So one of them gains heat. The other one is you lose rep or face reprisals from the wrong party.
I mean, we could go with. I mean, what would happen if, like, they saw me talking to Jeremy and they basically pulled him into a question because you shouldn't be talking to people like that. You're also a piece of shit and we hate you, so we're gonna make it trouble for you.
That actually very much that definitely works, yeah. And then with that, basically, we just make a fortune roll, and it says roll 2 dice for a normal person to see how well they keep quiet. If they're experienced with Underworld or they're tough, give them 3 or 4 instead. If they're soft, give them 1 or 0. So I would say if it's him specifically, I'd give him 4. He knows how to deal with the Flucos. I mean, he is one. He's been doing this shit for a while. He doesn't take their shit. He's not down with that. He knows what to say. He knows what not to say. He's been doing this for quite some time. So if you wanted to go that route, I will roll 4 dice, and obviously the higher you roll, the worst that could happen is you gain 2 heat. Otherwise, you just
Yeah,
gain
I don't mind gaining 2 heat. That's fine.
Cool. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and roll 4 die. Heat. That's not a command, you doofus.
You complete doofus.
All right, that's only 1 heat. Not bad. All right, so he lets off a little. That might link it back to your crew, but
It's expected. It's fine.
yeah, he keeps it nice.
I wouldn't
and
want him to get hurt for me, basically. So yeah, I understand.
He doesn't need to report back to you or anything, but he does let you know somewhere down the line that, like, hey, they pulled me in because you and I talked for too long, but don't let this do not think that I don't want to talk to you. Like, you're my guy on the inside and I'm your guy on the inside. No matter what they do to me, I'm still your friend. We're still doing this together.
Like you said, we're in too deep on that already.
Exactly. And now we're on downtime.
Yay.
The good stuff. Okay, we'll I kind of want to start. Let's start with Ogre this time. We'll start from right and go left. Okay.
My
As
good
per
friend
usual.
Ogre, do you want to indulge with me?
I mean, sure. Why not? Go around eating and gambling.
Does Kim have any stress she wants to get rid of now, right?
Only has 3.
Yeah, I only
mean,
have 3. That's
I
too
can-
easy
I
to
can-
overindulge.
I can allow you to adjust it by 2, so it's not super dangerous unless you roll a
You-
6.
You can? How can you do that?
My ability.
Oh.
My new ability. I'm not sure if it's 1 person or 2 people though, so I'll need to check that.
Sure. If I wouldn't mind attempting that.
It says an ally who joins you in your vice. I'm not sure if that's
I would say that is 1 time
One
per de-stress. So if you de-stress once and Ogre joins you, that's once. And then if you de-stress again and Kim joins you, then you can do it. That's super risky
I
for
can't
you,
do
though.
that. Yeah, I can't do that.
That's
It's too
really
much.
risky for you, so I wouldn't.
So I guess this time it's gonna be a boys' night, and I'll bring Ogre.
Oh boy.
We can indulge together.
All right, boys' night. Go ahead and roll a de-stress.
How do you roll for that again?
2.
Your word stat?
Rest. Yeah, specify how you want to do it. What you do, you roll your weakest attribute, and whatever you roll is whatever you clear is the result.
Attribute is prowess, then, right?
For you, yes, prowess. Let's roll 1 die, and then you reduce by that much.
Yes, I basically take Ogre out to like a fight/eat club.
Hell yeah.
Lots of gambling and eating going on.
And people getting punched in the face is great.
Yeah.
If
works
you get
together
What do you
fine.
need?
Yeah, so they actually don't have any ketchup here. But if you put your plate close enough to the ring, you'll get free ketchup.
Ah,
Hell yeah.
I don't like that. Calls for free disease.
Ogre likes that.
Hell yeah.
Alright.
Juice me up. All right, go ahead and roll. Ooh, very nice. Okay, so
No, it's
that
not very
is-
nice. I'm going to reduce it by 2 to make it 4 and get 0 stress.
Excellent. Okay, so you reduce 4 stress, and Ogre. Oh my God, that's with reducing 5 stress. You're still at 2.
Yep.
You
All
can
right.
increase it by 2 because you're with me.
Oh, so I
So
can go
you
to
can
0.
reduce it by 7. Yeah.
Beautiful.
See, that's the nice part.
Perfect.
With friendship, anything's possible.
See, this is a great ability.
It's honestly that's fantastic. I'm glad you took that. Kim,
Otherwise-
Now
you
I
could be
can
doing
work
fast.
on the ghost shield.
Exactly.
all right, Ghost Shield I believe was Tinker, so go ahead and roll that.
Oh, is Kim not gonna do her thing?
Since you already know what you're doing, go ahead and roll it. Might as well.
Tinker.
Oh, like stinker.
Nice. That's a 6.
That is indeed a 6. That will give you 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. All right, Kim. That's both of ogres. What are you doing for your downtime? Oh yeah, ogre needs to heal.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm dying.
I can
Shit.
give you another thingy.
Well, I still haven't decided if I want a long-term thing, so
We already have 2 right now, so probably not a great idea to have like 3 at the same time.
I mean, I guess I'm just gonna train.
Just doing push-ups. Did you want to reduce heat?
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
I forgot you guys didn't take a skill for that. So when you do roll to reduce heat, you actually roll an extra die. So whenever you roll to reduce heat, yep, take 1 extra die. Alrighty. So reducing heat is roll an action to reduce heat. So basically, Kim, pick one of your skills that you think will help reduce heat, and then add 1 die to that.
Any skill?
Any skill you can
skill.
justify.
I talk my way out
I'm
of
going
it.
to wreck some shit now.
Yeah, so punching people probably not, but talking right of it, that makes sense. That is 4 die. Okay, so 4. You just reduce it by 4. Roll an action to. Oh no, it's by second. Okay, so you roll the 4, so it's 2 seconds. Okay. I was like, wait, what? Yep. All right, so he goes down by dose, and then you have your other downtime. Do you want to
And I'll
train?
train. Yeah.
Train. All right. Are you training prowess?
Yep.
Ooh. Where are you gonna take your next pip?
Probably prowl.
Sound good. And Desmond, you have 1 more, right?
1 more and my free one, which
Mhm.
I think I'm giving to Ogre for healing. Or is that a free thing? Do you have to use a downtime to heal, or? I can't
Yes, you do.
remember.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Recovery
then
is
I'm giving
downtime.
that to Ogre so he can heal.
All right. Yeah, so you can do 2 things. You can give it to Ogre, and Ogre can also spend extra money to make it more effective, or do another downtime activity. Sometimes it's more effective just to boost it. Sometimes it's more effective to do another one. Depends on your outcome. Your
Yeah.
actual downtime, though, Desmond. Your
My
second one.
actual downtime.
Yeah. What are you doing?
You know what? Having learned to be a functioning vice, I realized that I should cut down a bit on my, well, not so much eating, but like work on my body. So
Okay.
I'm gonna train my prowess a bit.
Very nice.
Gives me 2
Remember-
points in prowess,
Yep.
which
Remember, you
levels
get
me
2.
up.
You get 2 pips for that. And then, as a reminder, obviously having 1 down the board isn't the greatest thing in the world, but it does help a lot of overall rolls. So when you take damage, it does hit your prowess. So having a wider array of skills helps. Whenever you roll your worst stat, if all your worst stats are 2, that also helps, etc., etc. Something to be mindful of.
I'm not entirely sure if I want to do finesse too or.
Totally up to you. It does not hurt to double down. And for example, Kim's finesse is very good. Did you add a skill?
Yeah, I mean,
or are you still leveling?
Most of the time, if I'm gonna rely on finesse, then Kim is probably gonna lead anyway.
Usually, yeah.
Still leveling.
Okay, just double check. Alright.
Prowl rather.
Yeah.
I'll just go with finesse so I can do sleight of hand things, basically.
I do that. That does fit your character quite well. And then the downtime activity is going to Mr. Ogre. So basically, the way this works is we have an NPC physiker. They're basically going to roll because they are an asset. We're going to roll their NPC's quality. You guys are
They
tier
aren't rolling
1,
at disadvantage now.
so they are tier
Yay.
2. I am still sad that I do not have my 9 anymore. Okay.
No dice.
I think honestly it might have just worked up in the original Foundry, but that's not a big deal. And this will heal for. Yeah, I got a 5. All right. A 5 healing means 2 segments. So obviously, if you want, paying would only bring you 3, so that's not the best because it doesn't heal you all the way. If you want, you definitely can pay to roll again. It's up to
Yeah,
you.
can't I pay for another downtime?
You definitely can.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
I'll pay for another downtime.
Alrighty. Roll 2 more d6.
He owe me.
Come on, woman. Oh, that's 2
Oh, no.
ones. I don't even do luck. That's 2 ones. Okay.
Oh, no.
That's only 1 segment.
Same result, basically.
Same result.
Unless you
unfortunately,
pay more and get another dice.
That's true. Yeah.
I got more coin.
If you pay 1 coin, that will heal you all the way.
Sure.
Okay.
Or can I could get more just from getting a. Or can I not get another downtime with more money?
I'm not
think
sure.
you can
Do that
only buy.
once.
I think you can only buy 1 downtime. I could be wrong.
Okay. Then I'll just fill it up.
Okay.
and then-
I mean, you could also use the coin to increase the other roll that you had first by 1 and get another heal, I guess.
So if the mechanically, if you roll a 4 to a 5, that fills 2 segments. You roll a 6, it fills 3 segments. So effectively, same thing. It would have been 3 plus
Yeah,
1
I'll
or
just-
2 plus 2. So. And then slice thigh would be what? I cannot spell. Stitch thigh.
I would have had 1 less die on Tinker. It wouldn't matter. The first one I rolled was a 6.
Oh, excellent. Knife gut. Let's see. All right.
My
You're
stomach.
all stomach. It's okay though. You're healing up, so you are indeed set there. All right, and that's all our good downtime stuff.
I think so, yeah.
All right, cool. Well, we finished that first heist pretty quick. So, what do you want to do next? that was only like an hour and a half. Not bad. Record time.
Wait, are we not going to level up for that, or is it at the end of the session?
At the end of the session.
We
Yep.
get XP for it, yeah, but
Damn.
Basically, at the very end of the session, you add everything up.
Well, I can do stuff now.
You can function more. You don't have -1 die to everything. Once again, if you guys want to do something small, while that last one was small, it was definitely very involved.
I mean, what can we do that's small?
Realistically, there are a lot of really simple things you guys can do. I mean, if you want to like piss off a group, if you want to deliver a product that doesn't really require too much like background messing around with, you kind of just say, hey, we're going to bring thing from A to B, done. Just basically a quick transport mission. You could do hey, we need you to like, manage something between these 2 NPCs. Realistically, there are a lot of relatively straightforward things you guys can do if you want. Because when it comes down to it, some of our first heists, we're basically just going into a building, stabbing somebody, or not stabbing somebody, taking a thing, and then jumping out the window.
accidentally stabbing someone in this case.
Yeah, exactly. So depending on how well or not well you roll, a lot of these can be summarized pretty quick. Entirely depends on how you want to do it.
Hmm.
So
Much,
what,
yeah.
you want to do something else today, or?
I'm actually proud of you guys knocked that out. Jesus. Color me impressed. Yeah, so we can do one of 2 things. We can do another quick score, or you guys can start a longer term one. Don't let, because normally we run these sessions are about 3 hours. We're only at an hour and a half currently. So like I said, it's entirely up to you guys. If you want to start a big one that we finish next time, or do something that's relatively short, that might be risky, or might be simple, so low payout. Totally up to you guys.
I mean, I haven't been able to roll for my chicken. I guess we could do a quick mission to boost that, if that's an option.
Chicken boost.
Rooster.
Yeah.
Rooster
The
boosting.
rooster booster.
Rooster boosting.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, could we do a quick mission for that?
It's for speed running. Rooster boosting.
Basically
Rooster
go,
booster.
Yeah, you gotta spam B.
I don't know, do something for the lady that owns that casino to help out with the rooster boosting.
I say it might be slightly overwhelming, but if you look at the faction you guys have spoken with, you can sort of see what's plus, what's minus, and you guys have dealt with in the past. Basically, anyone you guys have pissed off or spoken with, I've added to your faction list. Yes, it's a lot on there.
Oh, this thing.
Mm-hmm.
That one.
Why is everyone negative? Damn it!
They're not negative. You got plenty of positives.
I can't see any of it really.
That's
Oh, I
fine.
know that. I see.
Okay, I would say that for reference, the crows are positive. Circle of Flame, the wraiths, and the Deathland Scavengers are all positive. They all like you. You've all done good things. I believe Circle of Flame is the woman you spoke about, or maybe not. Those
Maybe.
the wraith? She the wraith? No, the wraith was what's her name?
Like it was a casino somewhere. I'm not sure.
Slate and Loop. Oh, those are
Oh, yeah, I think the Circle of Flame was that lady.
one of the locations.
Oh, that's why there are two.
I think it was Silk Shore. Yeah, so
Potentially,
Silk Shore.
I mean, it makes
Helene.
sense. I think I gave them like something extra to boost our reputation even more.
But to my knowledge, Helene was kind of her own person. What did Helene do? Helene was the elegant and mysterious proprietor of the Silver Stag Casino. People say she would have been the queen of Severos had she lived in the days of old before the Empire. So she's not really associated with any particular faction. She's kind of her own thing. But you guys do have +1 faction points with her, basically, if you count her as her own faction.
And she was the
I
one
did-
helping us with the rooster.
Did
She did
change
assist. Yeah, she was in Silk Shore. Unfortunately, you guys can't see her because she's not a custom NPC. But she's an NPC that is her own thing. So she is on the Silk Shore map. And
Did
I just
you,
have
change anything on the thingy because the progress on the Ghost Shield and the Rooster are gone for me.
really,
Yeah, same.
really.
Oh, weird.
Oh no! What? Nani?
For progress, no.
No, it's saved. It just derp. Okay, that's weird.
Just
Quite
looks
strange.
weird.
I have no idea what that was. Very strange. Yeah, I got no idea. It's fine. Okay, what? Oh, it's whenever I open the timer. Okay, ignore it. There, it is saved. I mean, there's a timer NPC sheet I can open whenever I open it. It freaks out. Forget about it. All right, what say thee?
Let's smoosh up to Deathland Scavengers again.
Sure, we can help them move some product, I guess,
Yeah.
or store some product. We have a
Or source some product.
yeah, we have the train station there, near there.
Assuming they
Exit.
trust us enough to do that.
Yeah.
Memory
I
serves.
mean, we have cohorts at this time, like they're basically henchmen. That
you
we
guys-
don't have named.
Yeah, so you guys definitely have technically unnamed NPCs. It's entirely up to you guys what you wish to do with them, obviously. You do have one named NPC that
I mean,
is-
yeah, two, right? I thought we had two. The doctor and the
you have 2, correct, yeah.
deals guy, which we have honestly never done anything with yet.
I'm not
The
even sure what
deals
he's technically
broker.
supposed to do, if I'm being entirely
I
honest.
mean, he's a deals broker. I guess
Yeah.
he helps us with wares.
Yeah, we
and
just
gets
haven't
us scores
been
or
selling
something.
anything.
I mean, yeah, we could set him up in the station, make that his like home turf, and he can like, well, peddle wares from there, use it as his trading ground.
Do you mean the station we cleared out?
One of our to-be headquarters, basically. He can work from there.
That could definitely work.
Yeah, we could do that.
Broker deals for other people. Broker deals for the guys that we just talked about. The ghost ones. What? I don't know.
The Deathland Scavengers?
Yes, those guys. Because they have produce that they need to move, they said. And we can help them with that, technically.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I think I determined that because the Deathland Scavengers are indeed scavengers, they're kind of everywhere. Richter, the NPC that's currently on the sheet with you guys in docks, was the guy that you spoke with. He's basically your man on the inside for that. All right, sorry, my brain turned off for half a second. I only heard a half our conversation there. I apologize. What was our plan to speak to him about?
So
If he needs
basically,
anything moved or stored.
we basically still have that empty station in the, what was it? 6 hours?
I think it was 6 hours. Yep, 6 hours.
Yeah, 6 hours. That's relatively close to like the ghost field. They can use it as like a travel point and introduce what was his name? Our broker, deals broker, to him, who oversees that area basically, and help him deal the stuff out, sell shit, earn money.
That could most definitely work.
And obviously he can start, small.
Yeah.
Obviously, I mean, the most important part is discretion, probably.
Mm-hmm. But if we're gonna do that, then we're gonna need to reinforce that area to keep out criminals like
Probably.
us.
I mean, at this point, the ghost rumors have probably worn off anyway. Because we attacked a place with ghosts, and apparently people are avoiding it for that reason.
Is there a way to hire loyal thugs, or do we just have to level up?
You can technically acquire them as, it's not an asset. Well, you can do as an asset, but that feels wasted like one time. It is literally its own thing. If you look under your sheet, it's technically a cohort. So there's 2 cohorts. There is either an expert tier cohort, I'll go ahead and click it real quick, or there's a gang cohort. So you can literally get one or the other. So when you level, one thing you can get is a gang of something. Or an expert, of course. So obviously having an expert doctor is super useful for you guys because you can heal and you don't need to waste 2 downtimes. But if you have a gang, you can say the gang goes off and does X, Y, or Z. You can technically have them follow you guys on, heists and such. They kind of do their own thing. They have HP. They can help like boost your rolls and whatnot. But they're squishier than you guys, so you have to obviously be careful. Or you can have them just, lock an area down if you think you're going to be attacked or you think you're encroaching. Because I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure. See, we're on the docks, and the 6 towers the 6 towers is really far from you guys, and it's past to the Bougeville 1 and 2.
I was thinking especially if we're gonna use it as a spot for sales, we're gonna want to keep it guarded.
Right, so you definitely need to keep that guarded, 100%.
Yeah, I think a gang would be the best option for that.
So that's when we level up.
There's a few ways to get that. Yes. When you level crew experience, I forgot exactly what your choices are. I think you can pick 2 upgrades, or you can pick an ability. Is I believe how that works. I think one of those, if you wish, can be a cohort. I'd have to double check. But yes, you can also start a long-term project, or you can do a mission, and the mission can be your reward, isn't money, instead it's a gang. So all of those things are technically valid.
We could also make it part of the mission and have like a group of Deathland scavengers guard it for us.
Yeah, but Deathland Scavengers are called Deathland Scavengers for a reason. I don't think they want to sit there and guard.
True.
Yeah. So their primary goal is to go out into the business and get shit, bring it back, make money, etc., etc.
Yeah, I guess.
Get in that business.
We could do that as like a long-term project to set up the shops and then do a mission to get a gang as the reward.
That's perfectly fine.
So what will
Yeah,
we
that
have
works
to
for
do
me.
to get a gang?
Well, I'd say
A
realistically,
long-term mission apparently.
yes, you guys can speak with Richter, and he can say. So everyone knows somebody. We can say while you guys are going off doing something for Richter, something he could basically go off and rather than giving you guys money or artifacts or some other weird thing, you guys can say, hey, can you find a bunch of folk that are maybe on the out and out, that maybe they just got out of Ironhook prison, they're looking for somewhere to go, rather than you scooping them up, maybe send them our way. That's very much something he can do for you.
That'll work, but are they? I mean, we need them to be loyal.
They will be your guys permanently. So yes, they will be loyal. One of the major bits is when you look at your cohorts, so you can see your doctor. Your doctor has 1 edge and 1 flaw. So their edge is that they are loyal to you guys. Their flaw is at the principal. And I believe the principal was try not to kill that many people as I am a doctor. 1 or 2 in self-defense is understandable, but if you guys keep playing that covered in blood, Daphne will literally just leave, and you just lose. So the gangs will function the same way.
That's the only reason she didn't leave when Ogre came back covered in blood, because he
I
got
swear it
attacked.
was self-defense. I swear it
I
was
swear it was
self-defense.
self-defense. I mean, those wounds probably say self-defense, or I'm
Yes.
being attacked.
Yeah, he was covered in cuts, yeah. As a reminder, you can choose 1 or 2 edges whenever you come up with an expert or a gang, and then you pick an equal number of flaws. So for a gang, they can be fearsome, independent, loyal, or tenacious. You can make them loyal and tenacious, but they'd have to be like savage and unreliable, or wild, or principled, or whatever it may be. And the principle has to be something negative that doesn't help, basically. Which is why, obviously, if you choose too many, then you have too many downsides. But you can just pick 1 and 1. You can just make them, tenacious and savage.
Principle sounds like an easy one, because that's easy to go around. Like, sure, get a gang that doesn't want to do anything with slavery or trafficking.
That's
Sure,
perfect.
it's
Yeah,
easy.
yeah. It's limiting, but if you guys already aren't doing it, that's fine. Just make sure you never get into a situation that would put you in that. But principle is definitely easiest to get around. I wouldn't force you guys to pick something that bumps in your crew, because that's kind of defeats the purpose of picking them up. So yes, if you guys want
Yes,
a
I
crew,
want
they
a gang that principally doesn't want to steal artifacts.
yeah,
Wait,
all right. To be clear, Kim, by default they're loyal to you, but if you choose loyalty, they're like super loyal. You know what I mean? It's like your dog loves you, but it might run away just because dogs like running. But if it's a
I kind of want super loyalty. Otherwise, we're not going to get very far in this world
Right.
with the risk of people backstabbing us.
yeah, so by default, like I said, I'm not going to trick you guys. By default, they're already loyal, but choosing loyalty will make them like uber loyal. So
All right.
if that makes things easier. So if that's the route you guys want to go, Richter can definitely help.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay.
Sure.
I might have misheard it, but did you guys already offer something you wanted to do with Richter, or was that up in the air? The type that is.
I think, didn't we say that we might work together in the future or something? Or
Probably, yeah. And we did suggest earlier to maybe move something or sell something for him.
Okay. So like transport and
Yeah.
okay,
yeah,
cool. cool.
smuggling,
smuggle
basically
whatever.
storage.
Okay. Let's see here.
You have stuff, we trade stuff.
Nice.
You want stuff, we steal stuff.
Exactly.
It's how we
And then I
roll.
get stabbed in the gut again.
We can also double dip and send Ogre with them to inspect the shields that they go through, so he can get some progress on his shield, I guess. Potentially, because I think did we tell him about our shield that we were building?
Have
I'm
you?
not sure if we mentioned
I
anything
don't
about that.
think we.
Yeah,
told
I
him
don't
that
think
specifically.
we mentioned it. No, yeah, we didn't, because that technically encroaches into his property.
We didn't want to make him mad.
I mean, it
I
depends how we sell it to him, I guess. Like,
Yeah,
hey, we
I
can give
figure
you
we.
the shields, so you have an easier time out there. Can you get us these things?
Yeah.
I think you guys have vaguely mentioned it, and he was very clear on like, this is our business, don't mess with it. We'll work with you
Yeah.
as long as you don't mess with it. He was okay with the idea, because I think you were pretty clear, Desmond, when you spoke to him of like, well, we might be interested in going out there, but we wouldn't butt heads with you guys, we promise. And he kind of said, well, prove it to me first.
Yes.
And
I think
like,
I said something along the line of, if we need something, we can always ask you instead.
yes. So rather than just jumping in, you kind of be like, hey, by the way, bud, we're gonna go do this thing. We're not stepping on any toes. We're here to help. And pretty much the more he deals with you guys, the more he'll see whether or not y'all are trustworthy or not. And obviously, so far, he has a pretty good repertoire.
Or
So
you could al-
we'll
we could literally go to him and say, like originally we wanted to go out and do some exploring ourselves, but seeing as how competent you are, how about we help you instead?
yeah, that could definitely work. And because most folk are kind of forced to find their own way, if you guys just kind of come up with your own solution, he doesn't got to pay any extra money to help get y'all out there, so that definitely works. We will say surprising absolutely no one. Why are you already laughing?
I hate you.
What? Why? haven't said
I don't
anything
know.
yet.
I'm sure it's horrible. I hate you.
No, it's not horrible. You guys have already butted heads with them before. You guys are aware that most of them are ex-convicts or those that have escaped from Ironhook Prison. Therefore, they don't like the people that run the actual prison, which you've already screwed with, so good job. And they don't like the folk that run Ironhook Prison. So the blue coats. I almost said the blue coats. Of course, they get in the way for moving product around, which is kind of a dub. And while yes, we can pay them off, that's just a pain in the ass. It's not worth it.
Not worth it.
It's sometimes it's just extra money, and it's just blah, blah, blah. So due to this little issue, he lets you guys know that there have been times where, you know what, we've paid them, and they said you can go ahead and swing on through here. Oh, guess what? There's an extra tax. Oh, you didn't bring enough money. Yeah. Oh, that carriage looks like it's full of product. I hope you guys don't mind if you take a look at it real quick. Oh, this might actually cover it. Go ahead and pass, good sirs. Have a wonderful day. Unfortunately, due to that, they have taken a few products that we're very, very unhappy with. And we'd like it back. If you guys could help with that, that'd be great.
So he wants us to steal something back?
Yep.
Steal some product back.
Basically.
Sure.
He'll let you know 2 issues a second. And because you guys brought it up, it is in 6 towers. So I'll go ahead and bring us back there. Part of it is they're a little too active here, which is unsurprising. But it's just annoying, just in general. Once again, no one likes the Blue Coats. They're I wouldn't even say necessary evil. They're just kind of there. They don't help anybody. So he has effectively let you know that a lot of bridges going in and out of town are unofficially toll booths, effectively. There's no actual setup. Sometimes they'll just throw down like makeshift gates, things of that nature, just to kind of be a giant pain in the ass. And because of that, they just, once again, by default, you can't run through them. And if you do, you're going to start a fight. They don't want that. They want things to be nice and simple and easy. It's literally too much effort. They're already losing men out in the fields. They don't have time to fight with a whole entire organization. It just is not worth it. So sometimes they'll pay the fee. Other times they'll just turn around. He said recently they've been getting a little cocky. So you guys can resolve this any way you wish. But basically they let you know. One of the major bridges is the Postern Bridge, which is located to the northwest of our current location. And he said this could also benefit you guys. So whatever you choose to do is entirely up to you. If you can get back product, that's great. If there's other things they've taken in this area, you guys can help yourselves, basically. He lets you know of a few various products that he specifically wants back to make money on. The rest, once again, up to y'all. Figure it out. You can mess with the bridge. You can try paying them off. Do whatever you want to do to get them off our asses.
I'd rather not pay them off.
Yeah, so literally whatever you want to do.
In fact,
yeah.
Can we figure out how to stealth this? I want to slit some throats.
That perfectly acceptable.
Sure.
Or maybe throw a knife into a blue coat crotch.
Into
oh my god.
A crooch. A blooch.
I mean, if anything, that's
stabbing
what
the
is
wieners.
confused and wondering why they take the roads at all, because smuggling, we can take things underground. We know the routes.
Also
Well,
that,
if this will be good incentive to team up with us going forward.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they're not as familiar with the underground, unfortunately. So you guys can definitely help there.
We can help them set up some routes, basically. Help out with Rowan's house as well.
Yeah.
What clan was that?
For what?
Who was the clan? The group that was holed up in Rowan's house?
Hold up, where?
I think that was in Rowan's house, I think, right?
Rowan's house?
Oh, Rowan House?
Yeah, Rowan house. I think we worked with them before, right?
I'm trying to remember. I think so. It might have been somewhere that looks like Rowan House. I do know Silcher looks very
somewhere
similar.
close by, at least.
Potentially. The map looks familiar. I'm trying to remember. But yes, basically, if you can take the heat off of those that are using the bridges, that would be appreciated by multiple groups, of course. Us first and foremost. But entirely up to you guys. Underground is definitely an option. But as he mentioned, his first and foremost issue is that the fact that they've already taken shit. So however you want to do this, Kim. He straight up says, you want to kill him, kill him. If you want to take shit back and just take shit back, go for it. The more you do, once again, just like last time, the happier he'll be, so go nuts. So, long story short, sounds like Kim wants to get stabby. Stealthy and stabby.
I would like
Stop
to get
stabbing the wieners.
stealthy and stabby.
Yeah. So obviously the game does kind of break down assault, deception, occult, blah, blah, blah. It can be a mixture of any number of these, realistically, with your stealthing in and then assaulting wieners. Or you're just, jumping in and stealing things. Once again, entirely up to you guys.
Honestly, I'd rather slit throats first and stab wieners
Well,
if I get into a
I mean,
bind.
it
which
makes
I'm
sense.
sure
He's
will
being
happen.
reckless.
It's a priority list.
Yeah.
See, we should probably not kill people, because then our physiker is gonna get mad.
Yes, like I'm gonna try to talk her down at least. Like, don't. We can just steal the stuff. You're
What?
better than this.
She doesn't need to know we killed anyone.
Well, I mean, if shit goes wrong, and it usually does for us, it'll be pretty obvious.
No, no. Wife with tasted blood. She wants more.
Angry waifu.
All right, fine. Stealth, preferably no people.
Like, you can stab him in the dick, just don't kill him.
You know, I'll tell her, if anyone gets in our way, you can take them out. However you want. Your choice.
Okay.
But primarily stealth.
Alrighty, first and foremost, you guys do have pretty good information. You can do your usual gather information roll if you want. All up to you guys. And then we can just jump straight to the engagement roll. Depends on where you guys want to attack, basically.
Yes.
Effectively, the way we start.
We will ask Lady Penderin, was it?
Yes, I believe you guys should
Yes.
enter it.
I guess I'll use my thingy roll
She's part of the
to
circle
get
of
some
flame.
information from her to tell us to, hey, what do you know where the blue coat stored that shit?
Oh, Richter can tell you if you want to know.
Oh, in that case, I'll roll for him, I guess.
Oh yeah, sure. Without really needing to mess with it too much, I will say, Desmond, go ahead. I think you have the highest stat in Doc. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, and I also get a
roll-
+1 for this roll if it's pre-engagement, so.
Yes, yeah. So this is for gather information, not necessarily for engagement. So if we have anything for gather information, go ahead and add that. It's basically just the action roll plus whatever bonuses you have. So go ahead and roll that, and then
just
we'll
+1.
determine. Yep, just +1. Go for it. Beautiful. Alrighty.
Not great, not bad.
Yep. Yeah, realistically, with gather information, it's actually really straightforward. It's literally just 1 to 3, 4 to 6. So that's pretty much as good as you can do. 4 to 6 is the exact same thing. As per usual, it's good details with clarifying information after that. So he can tell you that the primary location, kind of where they're currently holding everything, they do move it around a little bit. But from what he's gathered, the last hall that was keryoinked is located actually along the street, very cockily, near Hemlock Court. Near the T. He said basically they just kind of met him at Postern Bridge. They took too much, then they just stored it in Hemlock Court. They don't know if they're going to move it later after that, or if they just keep it there. But he said their last stash basically was taken there.
Yes.
All right, time to do some research on how heavily guarded Hemlock Court is.
Yes,
Alright.
I'll have prepared blueprints at least of the
Okay.
place, so we know where to go.
With our little gather information roll, basically you can just ask any question you want, and I can give clarifying responses. So what are your questions? Miss Kim?
How many people are guarding it?
Okay, and Kim, same question, or is it something different?
Yes. Is there also a way? Is there a sneaky way in?
Is there a sneaky way in? Alrighty.
Is there a weakness in their defenses?
So
Yeah, is it like a back door or an underground tunnel or?
sure.
A chimney, which Desmond definitely can fit through.
I believe in you, Desmond.
Only once per year you can do that.
Exactly. It's a skill. Just make sure you guys bring plenty of oil. Or I guess just have a lot of chicken prior, Desmond, and just don't wash your hands.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
You'll just slip right down. Comes pre-lubricated. Alrighty. from what you guys gathered, this isn't necessarily a location that is. This isn't a like a police headquarters. It's very makeshift. They're slowly building it up. So as of current, the guard is good. It's what you guys expect. You see, surprising no one. Front door, got 2 folk. You see people constantly coming and going. The back door, once again, 2 folk. Fortunately, it's closer to Relic Lane, which is sort of in the back end. You're not completely exposed near Bowmore Way, but there are an equal number of guards in the front and the back. Using your guys' maps and such, you actually do discover that there is an underground entrance to get in here, but unfortunately it's through the plumbing.
Yay.
This is fine with me.
You
I've
mean
done this
large
before.
hand plumbing, right?
Yes,
All right.
it's going to be very dirty, but that is a way to get in.
I mean,
I mean,
then
we've done that
we'll.
before.
I assume that's the way out too, so we'll need to do something to protect the items.
Not necessarily. We can always do like a emergency flashback out from through the top, basically, if we need to.
Yeah, I guess that's true. We should probably still plan to go out the same way we
Yeah,
came
yeah,
in.
that's the easiest way. If shit goes wrong, which it won't.
Literally. All right, so
It never goes
the
wrong.
the question is, are we going through the shit pipe? Or are we going through the back, front?
Shit.
Who
Shit pipe.
expects anyone to use the shit pipes? Let's do the shit pipe.
I feel like
Pretty much
people
no
would
one's
probably
expecting.
expect you to use the shit pipe in
Oh,
this
no.
world, but
No one is expecting that. To your knowledge,
It's probably pretty dirty, right?
it's not clean at all. Yeah, it's
Ugh.
it's not being used.
It is a
the
heavily
favorite.
used shit pipe.
As mentioned before, one of your guys' key attributes is that you guys have plenty of maps to the underground. So this isn't something they expect you to have, put it that way, because this is where you guys shine.
Oh yeah, that
this-
makes sense.
This is something special only you guys have.
So then, yeah, not many people would use the shit pipes.
Correct. And if you keep referring to them as the shit pipes, then, well, fewer people are probably going to want to use it. All right, so with that, we basically just do our standard engagement roll. So we're going through the shit pipe.
Before
Basically,
that, I would like to
yes.
make a different roll. I
4.
would like to see if I can do just a random roll to see if we maybe have like protective clothing against shit piping.
Define protective clothing.
Does
As
leather
in,
exist
like,
in this
A
world?
mask,
Rat
maybe some
leather.
long boots. Some, well,
Definitely long boots.
stuff like that, basically. Gloves.
Actually, what are shoes made out of in this world?
Good question, I have no idea.
I would say partially leather, because leather doesn't have to necessarily come from animals. We'll just leave it at that.
Human
Rat leather.
Nice.
people leather.
They could be people. I won't say it.
I mean, they gotta use something with the bodies, right?
Yes. I'm not sure if there's a graveyard here now that I'm thinking about it. There might be one.
I mean, isn't the headquarters of the whatever the hell's a graveyard effectively, or is it
I
like
mean,
only
they-
the souls? Do you not take the body?
They just burn the body if they have access to the body, but the ghost normally hangs around the body for a while and then they just like slurp it out and then the body is useless. It's just meat. I mean, maybe they're sending it to someone for eating, but other than that,
It gets fed to the rats.
and then we eat the rats. So we're basically eating ourselves. Oh god. It's people.
The cycle of life.
The circle of life. Stuff it's really horrible.
Yeah, well,
It's the worst.
as shadows, we do have like the pack rats trait, so we can like see if we have random stuff laying around in our headquarters.
Yeah.
It's an asset acquisition roll technically. But
It is, which should be equal to your tier, and then I think because you have that extra hoo-ha, it'll give you +1. So I
that's
believe,
2D?
yeah, just roll 2d6, and we'll basically see how good your spelunking outfits are.
Oh,
Yes, let's go
no.
with that.
Yeah. So someone that has a Desmond, sounds was your idea. There you go. All right, cool, good. All right, this won't cover everything, but you guys have proper boots, like nice long boots, proper gloves, Kim,
Couldn't find the
because
girls. My bad.
yeah, Kim, because you're so good at like disguises and such, you know the proper way to like stuff your pants and your shirt into certain parts of what you're wearing so that it doesn't get dirty. Now, depending on how you guys, this entirely depends on how you guys want to do this. But if you want to go in, I'll say this: you have enough on you to basically get in dirty, dump all that stuff, and the clothes you'll be wearing after that will look clean. But then if you go back out the same way, you'll have to, obviously you're gonna get dirty. You can put your stuff back on. But we'll say with Kim's master disguise, she'll know how to layer her clothing properly, that once you guys exit the shit pipes, you'll look clean. You might smell weird, but you're gonna look clean as long as you're careful traversing.
Yes.
I'm fine with this.
Also, since these are blue coats to deal with, we're definitely not wearing our own faces.
Sure. Give me a thin suit.
Done.
I'm imagining
Black.
Desmond just walking with his arms and legs completely straight out, just like completely tight, can't bend his elbows or his knees. I'm skinny.
Keep telling yourself that.
All right, with your
Wow.
wonderful new outfits, how do you guys look? Because you're trying to hide the way you look. What do you look like? Him, the master of disguise.
I mean, I figure the best way to blend in is probably lots of dark colors, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah, we're just lots of dark colors.
Okay. Sounds good to me. All right. So, going through the shit pipes, knowing what we know, we're going to go ahead and drop the engagement roll, which is the good old usual nonsense. We'll start with all the positives, and then we'll go for negatives, and then roll that bad boy up. So base fortune starts at 1 die. Basically, any major advantage you guys have, tell me, and I'll add 1 die. Obviously, we have these suits, so we'll add +1 to begin with, and then kind of just go from there.
that
Well, I
again?
used my special ability, so we get a +1 anyway.
That's 3. Any positives, any major advantages you have on this engagement? So the first one is the outfits you guys are wearing will help you traverse. Desmond's ability, so you guys are at 3.
I assume we know what we're looking for.
Because you guys have the maps, yeah, that'd be 4.
Would our underground maps
Mhm.
count?
Yep. You guys know what you're looking for, you get the maps. That brings you to 4.
Oh, that's underground
I
and
more so
above ground
meant know
maps?
what we're looking for because Richter described it basically.
Yeah, the item. Our target?
Yes, but the engagement roll is more so the actual active engagement. If that makes sense.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Basically, it's the first action. Basically, as I mentioned before, all this defines is if we're in a good position or a bad position when we start. You don't fail from this. It basically is: are you guys super controlled, or does shit go bad instantly? So it's basically the fun roll.
Okay.
So if there's anything else you guys think to add, I'll throw it on there. I will say there will be 1 or 2 negatives. So we're currently at 4.
I mean, Kim knows how to steal things and infiltrate, right? Is that a plus? She can guide us.
Yeah, I'm sneaky.
All right, we'll add 1 for that. Also, to be super clear, basically the way fortune roll works, the results 1 to 3 bad, 4 to 5 mixed, 6 is good, and then double 6 is crit. So it's basically the same as normal rolls. Not sorry, that's
We haven't had
I'm
a
done.
crit yet, so.
Well, oh no, Ogre's gotten crit.
All right, you did.
I've
You got-
gotten like 2 crits now. I wasted 1, but
Yeah, you well, your
Never
1 crit
wasted.
was shooting the guy in the face, and I think your other crit was killing him, wasn't it?
oh yeah. I
Yeah,
thought
I
I,
think-
wasted another one though. Like
you
when
might
we
have.
weren't actually playing, I just rolled a crit.
Yeah.
testing something.
Oh, yeah. I think when you're testing, yeah. But
So
from
that's 3 then, technically.
and you've gotten all the wow. And then Kim definitely has gotten 3 to 4 ones in a single roll. All right, we're currently at
Don't
5.
remind me, please.
I'm gonna subtract 2 because your guys are going through a very smelly area, so just the general smell, and also the fact that they are the blue coats, they are higher tier than you guys, so by default that minuses it by 1. So we're at 3 die. Anyone think of anything else? Ogre?
I don't think I have anything that would help.
Could we ask someone to make a distraction?
I imagine Richter would probably be willing to help. Make a distraction.
Well, yeah, we'll do this. We'll say, good idea. We will say that you guys ask Richter to ferry an item through, except it's nothing of value. It's just like sand or something. And that will help distract them a little bit. So we'll bring that to 4, and we'll roll with 4. I also will say, before we engage, any coin that you guys have on yourselves does weigh something. If you want to put it in your stash, or you want to put it
in my stash.
Yeah, you want to put it in the stash, or you
I
want to
don't
put it...
have any gold, unless we got anything from our last ones. I don't think
Nope.
so, right?
Nope.
No.
The reward from last one was basically you guys are no longer banned in those 2 locations, and you screwed some factions.
I
If you
got
want to put
nothing.
any of that away,
clean.
go for it. I'm saying this because part of the devil's bargain is you lose gold. So, or part of negatives is that you can lose. Birds are going crazy. All right.
Anything else? I mean, I have burglary gear. I'm literally outfitted to infiltrate. I can lockpick and stuff like that.
You brought burglary stuff on you. Oh, you did. Okay, yeah. We'll add one for that. Sure. All right, and then we'll do 5. 5 total. All right. Let us see.
Are there any ghosts in here?
Yes. So occult is quite high actually, and that would have been...
All right.
5,
Well,
a
I
5,
have
and
my
a 5.
spirit bane charm.
Okay. What does that do exactly?
It should ward off ghosts.
Excellent. All
yeah,
right.
Ghosts prefer
mean,
to avoid.
I also have a spirit bane charm. I'm not sure. Yeah. Is it just
Perfect.
like a random item everyone can have, right?
I believe it's part of your guys' group, and if you're in that group, you guys can choose to take it.
Potentially, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I just
Well.
gave myself one because it weighed 0 when I could get it, so why not?
Yeah. Might as
Yeah.
well. Anything that weighs 0, I'd definitely say go for it.
Yeah.
Just because there are a lot of random items that can be super useful, just in case. Alrighty, so that result basically means we start in a risky position, which is pretty normal. That's the standard. We're starting right down the middle of the line. So as you guys are trudging through the slop, it gets thicker and thicker. Are you guys doing anything about the smell, or are you guys just holding your breath for as long as you can?
I mean, I don't think we
mean,
can
we
hold our
have
breath
done this.
that long.
I think we've gotten used to traveling through the sewers at this point, so...
That too, yeah.
The smell doesn't bother me. I was born in the shit.
It'll bother me once I'm out of it. For a job, I can put up with it.
Fair enough. All right. We trudge through the garbage, unfortunately. But as one of you just brought up, you are indeed correct. The occult influence for 6 towers is a 3 of 4. So it is relatively dangerous here in terms of ghosts. And trudging throughout the underbelly of the city, you see 1 or 2 bodies that have slowly deteriorated. Most of them are just bone with some flesh still
Ghosts still attached, or ghosts?
hopelessly clinging on. As you think that, you see a body kind of just floating on by with a rat just riding on it, picking away at its flesh. He's hanging 10.
Okay.
You look about and you sense some occult influence. Something dark and angry. It's just up ahead. You guys know that you're almost out. But you feel a wrongful death. Someone was dealt a bad hand. What do y'all do?
Can I try to talk to it?
You may. Well, what exactly does that ability say?
She
I know
knows
the
how
secret
to talk
method to interact with a ghost as if it were a normal human, regardless of how wild or feral it appears.
Okay.
You gain potency when communicating with the supernatural.
It is.
Supernatural as in demons, right?
It is both of those things. Supernatural can be ghosts or demons, yeah.
So then I always have potency.
When you're speaking with bad boys, yeah. And to my knowledge, potency would bring you from standard effect to great effect.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and you start at risky. So as you focus on this entity in front of you, Kim, it does come into vision. You see a woman. And as her this mist whirls around her and around her. She finally comes into view. And she died pretty horribly. You're not entirely sure what happened to her, but it's quite gruesome to look at. Her bottom jaw is gone. You see her tongue just like lolling there. Her chest looks like it was just ripped open. All her ribs are exposed. Flashing back, she actually looks somewhat similar to the corpse that was floating by. She's not necessarily paying attention to your group, but you can see one long, distended arm ends in 4 jagged claws. They're just scratching against the concrete wall.
Ghost voice. Hello, friend. Who did this to you?
Her head slowly turns to look at you, Kim. And you can see an insanity in her eyes. They're like shaking a bit, like jittering in place. And she's looking at you, but she doesn't answer.
Oh, also, I would have waved Desmond and Ogre back unless Ogre wants to help. Just in case.
Okay.
Then I'll say... Wait, I just had it. Oh my god, it's gone.
She kills you.
You
You're dead.
say that? Weird.
No!
You're dead. Just about to drink your milkshake. Hurry up.
Wow. Okay, my mind really did just blank.
What were you trying to say? Conceptually.
I don't remember.
Oh no.
What happened to you?
Yeah, you asked what happened to her, and then she just turned to look at you.
Oh, is there anything I can do to help you?
Her mouth attempts to form a sentence, but unsurprisingly, she cannot. You less hear what she says and more so feel it. And the sense you receive is just pain. Stop the pain.
Is it common for ghosts to feel pain?
A feeling of pain. Maybe a
Ogre
memory of
hope so.
pain. That's accurate.
Well, okay. I mean, if they're being used, it makes sense. But this is the actual ghost, right? Why would she
Mhm.
still be in pain?
You get the feeling, Kim, that she's not physically in pain, because she, as you mentioned, cannot be. But it's a memory of pain. It's whatever it is, it racks her. It's not going away. Maybe she thinks it hurts, therefore it hurts.
I mean, her body's still down here, right?
And maybe she means emotional pain. You're not really sure, but now that you're looking closer at her, her eyes are jittering, and you see some humanity still in there, and there's a sadness.
Pain? What kind of pain?
She scratches against the wall one more time, and your hair stands up on your arms. She slowly floats over to you. And now that you're closer, you can definitely confirm that there's definitely a pain inside her. And
Inside the ghost?
yes.
So emotional?
Yeah, you can see it in her eyes. There's something that's racking her. And she looks past you and points a long gnarled claw to her corpse. And then she kind of pauses, and then she puts her right arm is the long gnarled one. Her left is still normal. And she puts both of her hands on her stomach. And you can feel her say, "My child, he's alone. I couldn't help him. He doesn't know I'm gone."
I can see to him ending up somewhere good. Where did you live? What was his name?
You see her look around, and then she just kind of points up. And then she just says, Name. Orlin, my boy. Orlin, so lonely. So much pain.
fear not, lady. I'll make sure he's fine.
When you say that, she reaches out her long, gnarled claws at you. And she touches your shoulder. You can feel a spark jet through you. It doesn't hurt. You feel like whatever she's trying to do, she's trying to resist an urge to cut, to cleave. And now that she's close to him, she's horrifying to look at. This is... Whoever did this to her, whatever happened to her, was awful. It's everything you can do to just not blanch or look away or gag. And the surrounding is not helping at all. The surrounding smells.
I am staying strong.
And you meet up and look into her eyes?
That isn't notorious for going crazy, right?
No.
Then yes.
Okay. Sometimes yes, but this time no. And as you look into her eyes, they were shaking before, bloodshot, scared, angry, full of pain, semi-human. But now she's there. You can see her. You can see just her eyes, Kim. And as you focus on her for a moment, you see kindness. There is sad there, but she's happy with what you said. She feels like maybe she can rest easy now. And all you see are her eyes. They're a very beautiful hazel, actually.
I will give her a determined nod.
And as you do that, Desmond and Ogre, you probably noticed this first, but her body effectively pulls itself back together. And looking away from her eyes that were just pulling you in, Kim, you can see her flesh start to mend itself.
Her actual flesh or the ghost flesh?
The ghost.
Okay.
The body's behind. And she smiles. It's a very warming kind of smile. She looks at you. And she takes away her hand, now normal, from you. She nods. And you see her ghost fade.
As a woman with a boyfriend, and therefore a potential child in the distant future, kind of want to find out who murdered her, but that's all right. All right.
I mean, I'll
Well-
definitely be whispering to Ogre van, I didn't know ghosts disappeared by themselves.
I don't know.
let's get this mission over so I can find that kid.
Sure. Can I tell how old the corpse was, by the way? Like, is it like decrepit or?
It's difficult to tell because she's floating in water. Well, some of it's water. Looking at the wounds,
I mean,
fact
more
that she
so
was-
like, has it been
yeah.
there for a long time, or has it been there for maybe a week?
oh no, it's been there for quite some time. I want to say, oh god, with how it looks, I'm gonna go ahead and just say it looks about 5+ years, probably, give or take.
Dear God, I hope the kid is still alive.
Like 5-6 years?
5 or so, yeah.
It should be mostly
Damn.
bone by then, right?
Yeah, it's been
It-
quite a while.
It's indeed mostly bone, yeah.
Also, how did the ghost dead people not find it? Wouldn't the bells
mean,
have gone off?
They would want to go into the sewer for
Yeah,
one.
remember, they don't
Aw.
find all the bodies. The bell does indeed go off, and they look for it, but because you guys are able to survive as ghosts, they can go to the location. If it's not there, they just kind of shit, whatever, and they move on. There are plenty of ghosts floating around these cities. In fact, there are districts full of ghosts. There's a clan of ghosts, so they can't track them, but they can find where they died. So someone moved her and dumped her down here, most likely.
All right.
Nasty.
Yeah, probably means someone new. But with
at
that,
least you did a good thing.
just up ahead, maybe another 20, 30 feet or so, you guys see what seems to be a ladder that exits the sewer.
We go.
All right, climbing upward, you scale further and further, and you see a grate. It looks like it might be, logically, locked. But interesting, it's locked from both sides. It's the same lock to both sides. So you can actually ascend upward if you can pick it.
I do have lockpicking tools. I'm not sure if I need to roll anything regardless for that, but...
Yes, I do believe. I could be wrong. I think finesse is the lockpicking skill.
Oh, good thing I upgraded that, I guess.
Is it finesse? I believe it is. Could be wrong.
Finesse is also 3, so I can do it.
Yeah, it can also be tinker, technically. But realistically, whoever wants to give it a shot, let me know.
Wait, I haven't applied my points to finesse yet, right? I haven't leveled up yet.
No, you were going to. You haven't just yet. So you were
Yes,
thinking
okay.
of putting a second point in finesse.
Yes. So I don't have 2 in finesse yet, so I guess I'll leave it to Kim.
Alright.
Give her
I'll
my
take-
lockpicking tools.
All right, excellent. Yes, that's very important. You
I'll
need to have
give
tools
her-
on you.
Actually, can we do it as a team?
Yes. So because they are indeed your tools, you can have him do it, and then you can do one of two things. Of
I'll
course,
give
you
her moral
can.
support.
Yes, if you want, you can take a stress and give her an extra die, or you guys can do a group activity. Up to you.
What is Ogre's finesse?
A hot 0, I'm pretty sure.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Yup, that's a 0.
So could Kim and
his
I do it
tinker
as
is
a
a
group and
4,
Ogre
right?
assist somehow? I'm not sure we're allowed to do that.
Ogre's Tinker is
I don't
a
know how.
4, right?
Ogre's Tinker is a
Tinker's
4.
a 4.
Yes.
Could
So
he
if
roll a tinker with? I guess he could, yeah.
yes, so like I said, depending, you guys tell me the stat you want to roll, and I'll tell you how effective it will be, basically. If you wanted to,
What's
you
your
could have.
tinker?
0.
So you can have
That's
2
fine.
people.
I can help Ogre out. Right? I have
Yeah.
8 tinker.
Yeah, so if we give him the tools and then you help, that should work.
That works. Yeah.
But if we do that, then can Kim also do like an assist or a setup or something? Or is rolling as a group just literally all of us roll, period?
It basically depends on how you want to do it. So I think the most efficient way would be Ogre rolls Tinker with 4, and then Desmond, you take 1 stress to assist him, making it 5. Since you're giving him the tools and kind of showing him, he kind of knows, but you're maybe showing him like, hey, here's this, here's that. To set up him, you need to tell me what you're doing to set it up. I will say in this scenario, it's going to be risky position with a standard effect. If you are helping to set up him, they gain an effect level. But you have to tell me what you're doing. So we would bring it from standard effect to great effect. But you'd have to tell me like what skill you're using and how you're helping. Or you can just let him roll a 5 die and he'll probably get it.
Ooh.
Depends.
How are your ears, Kim?
Well, I also have reduced. I have less effect because
Yes.
my injuries.
Oh, true. You actually be a limited effect. So
I am a fan of all sorts of theater, so I figure my ears are pretty good.
You could listen for the tumblers.
okay. If you want to do that, you can go ahead and roll that him, whatever stat that would be.
Yeah, what would I roll for that? Study? Survey?
I don't know. Find something that fits within, I guess.
Either of those definitely work. If
I don't-
you
You could do finesse, I guess, because it's a fine hearing, but a bit of a stretch, I guess.
I'd say you could do finesse at limited effect and risk. And then depending on
Risky and limited?
depending on how well you do, that'll assist.
Alright. Should I roll that first?
Yes, roll that first, since you're basically setting up the roll. Okay. Basically, what this will allow is Ogre will bring you up to a standard effect and still risky position, and you're gonna Desmond take 1 stress since you're helping out Ogre, and Ogre roll Tinker, so that'll be 5 die total that you're rolling. So it should be Tinker plus 1.
+1. Okay.
Yeah. And basically, you kind of overlooked the lock prior, Kim, to sort of see like, all right, how's this thing function? What are there any traps? Anything strange? And you're sort of listening for it. And that basically helps out Ogre in finding precisely what he's doing. And as you're you're picking through it, you have no issues. So working together, you guys are actually able to leave this open quietly. Makes no sound. Doesn't even creak. If anything, Kim warned you ahead of time that, hey, this might creak going up. They probably never use it. And as you finish using the tools, I assume you hand them back to Desmond?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
And
can't believe you've never done this before.
with,
Really good at this.
with that, the door is open. No sound. You open it very slowly at a certain angle, with a certain amount of pressure applied to the door itself, maybe pulling it like down a bit as you're opening, and it makes no sound. 3 of you are able to ascend.
All right, now we go here.
Anyone taking the lead?
I guess I will, because of Prowl.
Yes,
Okay.
you'll be prowling.
So the 3 of you, as I mentioned, stink pretty badly. What are you doing with your clothes?
Well, if I know how to layer properly, then I assume I know how to take off the bottom layer to just leave it in there.
Correct. Yeah, with all these rolls, you guys had no issues, so no gunk got where it shouldn't be. Put it that way.
All right. Yank off that disguise.
All right, where
Layer 1.
where are we putting layer 1 stink aura?
Behind
I-
the door. And close
mean-
the door, but don't
I
lock
mean-
it.
Are we putting it back on?
If we go through this exit, probably yes. Or at least we're taking it with us, but...
We can leave the shit here.
Yeah, because I was thinking
The
we
shoe-
could leave.
Yeah,
I was thinking we could leave the shit-covered clothes in the shit.
I mean, that would...
It is rather deep. It'd be hard to put them back on.
I guess.
Up to you.
I mean, yeah, sure.
So let me paint
The
a
only
scene for you real
downside
quick.
is
Well,
that
okay.
if we don't go back through here, then they'll know how we got in, basically. They won't find us because it's in the shit and they're gonna look there, but you know.
It's just that if we go, okay. I'm trying to picture how this would actually work,
You're good.
because it's just, this is the sewer, so okay. Did it lead up into a building or in an alleyway?
Yeah, so let me describe that real quick. As you guys ascend, you actually see that you're in sort of a utility room. It looks like it's parallel to a wash closet. And as you guys look about, you see that no one's in. You guys are basically effectively in a closet where there's like a drain off area, and there are various brooms and mops and things of that nature, boxes. The room's fairly small, but there's enough room for the 3 of you to stand. There is no light in this room, but there's light inking through the bottom of the door. And you know the room over, because the door is like slightly open, they didn't really bother closing it. You can tell that you are indeed in the bathroom. And from what you can hear, there's no one.
Wonderful.
No one's actually in the bathroom.
So we could just take the clothes off and put it down and not actually throw it in the shit.
Yeah. In fact, if
Just
it's a
hide it.
if it's a washroom, could we like toss it into a this needs to be washed pile just in case we end up leaving them there?
That could work.
But
It
there's
really
yes.
needs to be washed.
Now, I'm about to say, what the hell are you
mean,
doing?
People will wonder how it got there, but they'll never know who it belonged to.
That's true.
Yes. And I want to say that, you know, just in case someone is watching us or whatnot, we're going to close the door but not lock it, but put something in front of it so it seems locked. Or behind it, I don't know.
Okay.
Basically, if they jiggle the door, it'll seem like it's locked, but it's not. So we have an easy way out.
And isn't that the door to the closet you guys are coming out of?
Yes, that's the
You
one
should-
to the sewer.
You said you're putting something behind the door, like so it can't go. It
Yeah.
opens. It
Ba-
opens outward though,
Outward into the building, or?
into the
the
building.
sewer.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. So you guys are in a closet. To open the door swings outward into the bathroom.
Yeah, so basically we would keep it locked, but I would put something in like the side of the door so it seems locked. Unless you pull it really hard.
Yeah, sure. Do you have like rope or string or something on you?
I'm sure there's something in my burglary kit that does that.
Okay. So we can say you set that up really quick. If anything, I'll do that for fortune roll later to see if it actually comes into play. But we'll say you're able to set that up fairly quickly, Desmond, and the 3 of you are left in your current clothing in the facility. In the distance, you can hear muffled conversation. Can't exactly hear what they're discussing, but you've indeed entered. As mentioned, you're in the bathroom, and there's no one currently in here besides the 3 of you.
Right, so what did the plans tell us?
I'll pull out my handy dandy background blueprint. That's the word.
Considering they commandeered this building, it wasn't theirs to begin with. Therefore, you guys actually do have a pretty decent layout. By no means perfect, but fortunately for you, this building layout is actually used a couple times down this block. Essentially, what you can see, it's relatively straightforward. You guys are in the bottom right quadrant of this rectangular building. That's where one bathroom is. There's another one in the upper left quadrant. And moving around in the center of the building is a large room, and there are other small rooms strewn about. You believe this might have been used as like a small inn before, something of that nature. There is an eating area, but it's very small. At most, it could seat like 2 families. So a lot of it seems to be, at least judging by the size of each room, either for an individual, like one person, or for storage.
All right, well, there should be a likely storage room that would be our first target,
Yes.
based on the blueprints. So I suggest
I'm
we head
sure
there first.
Desmond would have done like well, basically did some math on what would be the best place to store stuff.
Okay. You
Easy
determine.
to access, but easy to defend as well.
Yeah. From what you gathered, the primary door to enter this building is to the north, and then the back door, if you will, is to the east. You guys are entering from the southeast. That's basically where the bathroom is. Looking about, you can tell that logically, from what Richter told you, and if you were to store this item, Desmond, because it was multiple items, it would probably be in the larger center room, as it's the most obvious and easiest to defend. Hiding it in the side room would be silly. Now, they might have things back there in the side room. You're not entirely sure. It depends how much you guys want to look around and how much risk you want to take. But odds are everything's in that large center room.
Yes. I say we go there and work our way back, I guess.
Yes, let's take a peek.
Okay.
Sure.
Looking into the hallway, you can see that there are a few bluecoats walking about, which is entirely unsurprising.
Unfortunately.
All right, how do we want to do that? I know Kim has an
Roll for
idea.
Prowl.
Someone's been wanting to use their stealth roll.
Oh no. Now you put me on the spot.
You've been asking
Now
for
you
it.
have to do it.
All right. Prowl.
So are we doing all together, or is just Kim going?
I think this is probably a team roll, yeah. We're all
Yeah.
going together.
All right, so
Easy
everybody,
prowl.
We
Everyone roll
learned from
Prowl.
last time.
yes, that's fair. Don't let Kim go low. Okay, basically all that means is literally everybody roll prowl. We take the highest number. If anyone rolls a 1 to 3, she gains 1 stress because she's lead.
I mean,
So we'll have Kim roll first, then Desmond, then Oak.
I'm going to be rolling a 1 or 3 regardless because I roll a disadvantage.
I believe in you. Marshall's good.
You
Not
should
great.
have believed in me.
Okay, so Kim take 1 stress. And as I mentioned, just 1 because Ogre got a 4.
Wow, these rolls are funny. 442242.
Yeah, because we only take the highest, and unfortunately for you, the lowest. But you only take 1, so it's for each person that rolls
Alright.
under. Yeah, so only
Oh,
one.
I
for you.
thought Odo was also rolling with disadvantage. But he isn't.
No.
He got
I have a 2 in
juice.
prowl.
Excellent. Good,
I
good,
just
good.
have limited effect.
All right, and then you did roll that risky standard. Okay, cool, excellent. As you begin to move about, the 3 of you, surprising no one, Desmond makes a little more noise than we were anticipating. Just a wee bit.
This building is old and creaky, I can't help it.
Blame the building.
I am.
Watch me. Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and start with that.
Let's say that
Yeah.
the creaking was because he is like super nervous right now. He's looking around, paranoid that we're being seen already.
Okay, so maybe taking a little too long to move forward.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. We'll say with that, we're gonna start a. That was risky. Let me double check. Okay, standard. There we go. Okay. So we're going to start a clock, and this is going to be a basically sound you guys have made. And the complication is going to be 2 notches on this clock. You're not found, but you've made some sound. And as you guys begin to move forward, you kind of hear someone go, "Hmm?" And you can hear just up ahead someone might have heard you as you're leading the way, Kim. What do you do?
Freeze.
As you freeze and listen, you can hear them shuffling about, and someone goes, "Ah, shit. Did something fall? That was that noise." And you can hear footsteps now approaching you from around the corner.
So glancing down this hallway we're in,
Mhm.
which doors seem the safest from the map?
Down this hallway, each door and each room is the exact same size except for the bathroom, which is slightly larger. These are basically the side storage rooms / individual sleeping rooms. Safest entirely depends on you. You basically just need to move into one and then
Move into the nearest storage room.
near storage room. Okay, excellent. In what way are we doing this? As quietly as possible? You rushing?
A quiet rush.
I assume everyone's following.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds like same song and dance to me. Remember, you can push yourself. You can't help each other, obviously, because you're rolling together, but you can push yourself or take a devil's bargain to add die.
Devil's bargain, sure.
You want that devil's bargain? Okay.
I think you're the last person that needs to take that devil's bargain, but okay.
Is there probably two?
If anything, I would probably take it because I'm
Yeah,
paranoid
I'm
as
gonna
shit and we
level
just
up
got
after
seen.
this. I was gonna level it up twice, but you wanted me to reduce the stupid heat.
I didn't tell you to do that. I
I mean,
reminded
if
you
we had
because the
not
team needed
reduced
to.
heat, we would have been fucked, by the way. But you
It's
know,
Yeah.
all your fault.
He says, looking at the chicken. That damn chicken was so loud. Okay, Desmond, were you also wanting to push or take a devil's bargain?
I'm not sure if I want to push or do both.
It's too early to push, damn it.
Can you do both?
I mean, I have
You-
like
you gotta do
9
one or the
stress
other.
left. It's
You-
fine.
you
I can
only
do
do one.
everything.
Yeah, you can only do one.
Oh, okay, no. Oh,
Yep, it's a +1 die to push yourself or devil's bargain. You cannot do both.
I believe in you, Desmond.
Well, I feel like with a devil's bargain, it's going to be a pretty bad thing because I only roll 1 dice in that case.
Yeah. I think push is probably better.
And it does matter, or my individual roll matters, not the group roll though. I'll just push myself, yeah.
Okay.
That's 1 stress or 2?
2 stress. So you take 2 stress, add 1 die, and Kim, you want devil's bargain?
Yeah.
All right. I will say if this roll is failed, you're going to leave something behind. And we'll leave it up to chance. We're going to roll on everything you have on you, and you're going to accidentally drop it if it fails.
I have about 2 dozen knives on me, by the way.
Yeah, but well, it's going to be all the knives then. It's going to be your bandolier of knives, basically. So whatever the one item is.
Damn it!
I mean, that's a lot of heat if you lose that.
That's probably way too much heat.
All right, no,
A heat for
are you
every
just
knife
rolling?
dropped.
Oh my god.
1 for every knife.
We would immediately be 1 to level 2 in that case.
The sound that would make. All right, are you just rolling as normal, Ogre?
I don't really think I need to push myself or anything.
Probably not.
Desperate.
Just be normal.
Are you want to go desperate?
I
Don't-
think if I
don't
roll
roll- don't
desperate
roll yet,
and
yeah,
I
say-
fuck, we are really screwed.
Fine.
Well, no. You can. So Kim, you're the one leading it. It's your result that matters. So they basically have to roll risky standard, and then you are basically the one leading it. So you can decide.
I'm rolling
Um,
an additional
just-
one, right? For
yeah,
the devil's bargain.
So you're rolling risky standard. Nothing changed there. It is indeed the same. And then you add one. You add 1 die. Yeah. Okay. So no matter what, this is succeeding. How much is it succeeding though? Is the question. It's a good thing you took that because you would have failed actually.
Yes, indeed.
All right, Ogre, what you got? Oh, full success. Okay, Desmond. All right, that's fine. That's fine.
1 more stress.
Kim-
Thank you.
Kim, take 1.
Oh, it's a failure. I get more experience, right?
Wrong game.
Wrong game.
Damn it.
Close, but wrong game.
Damn it.
We lose more, damn it.
I know, right? So yeah, go ahead and take
game.
one stress chem, and because you didn't fail, you fully succeeded. You don't drop anything. In fact, literally nothing bad happens. You just straight up succeed. So the three of you are able to quickly like whoop, 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 and sneak into one of these side rooms. You very quietly close the door behind you. Yes.
So, what's in the storage room? Anything worth nicking?
The lights are currently off. Do you guys have any way of making light, or do you want to risk turning a light on?
I have lightning.
Does
Ew.
your
Is it
soul
quiet?
crystal emit light?
Definitely not.
Yeah, do souls emit light?
I
They
don't
can.
have him with me. He's on a shelf at home.
Yeah, he's on a shelf at
Oh.
home. If they are made to do so, most lights in Duskfall are souls. Yes.
All right, you know what?
Lamps.
People
You,
lamps.
you,
Yes.
you wanted him to suffer. We need to use him as a
Okay,
light
well,
source.
I don't have him right now, so
He's thinking about how to do this.
yeah, I was thinking about how I'm gonna torture him. We were getting there.
I mean, like, this is post-apocalyptic. Like, lights, flashlights don't exist or anything. So, what could we possibly use to light the room?
Technically, it's don't think of it as a flashlight. Think of it as a lantern. So
Use light.
there are rich people that walk around with staves, and on the top of the staff is basically a hanging lantern. That's a soul light. So that's effectively a flashlight. It doesn't have to be in the staff. The staff is just for, look how fancy I am. They're like ornately carved. You could just dish the staff and just have a really cool lantern with the dude in it.
That's a fun mental image.
Lantern
It's-
with the
it's-
dude in it.
Yeah, it's pretty dope. It's basically a look how rich I am.
As they walk by, you just hear constant screaming from the lantern.
Good old toddlers like "Ah!" as they walk by you. Good day to you, sir. Your lamp's being quite loud today. It's an off
Yes,
day
it's
for him.
running out.
Sorry.
Eternal
Lauren.
suffering and all that.
Jesus.
You know what
Uh,
happens.
Okay, I would say, Ogre, if you do want to activate your lightning powers, without shooting anything off, I'd say you could like quickly light the room up, and you guys can kind of see what's around you if you want to.
Just like a-
Quickly,
wouldn't that make a
quickly,
sound though?
Yeah, wait until he passes by. I'll give you the go ahead.
Okay.
I will press my ear to the door and listen.
Sure. Ear to the
Yes.
wall, Kim. You wait and wait, and here's stop, 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 stop. He's looking around like, oh, and he looks around the corner and goes, Jared, did you hear anything? He goes, dude, what? No. What are you talking about, man?
No, you idiot! Shut up.
It's raining. It was probably the thunder. Shit, you're right.
Ooh, it's raining right now.
And he kind of sighs to himself, and he doesn't leave the area. He's relatively close, but he's far enough that you guys can discuss if you need to. You feel as if he's still in the hallway, though. He is far enough that you guys can talk. And he's not in front of the door.
But if he's still in the hallway, that's a problem.
Yes, currently.
When is our distraction supposed to come through? Or is it not going to affect guys this far back?
Basically, that helped pull one or two people out of the building, or maybe out of like guard duty. So rather than there being a shit ton of dudes in the building, there's probably like 3 or 4 less. Fewer. Our way to say that. So you get the feeling that there are fewer guards than there should be.
Alright, so... If he's still in the hallway, is he away from his companion?
You get the feeling that he walked away from him, yeah. The sound was almost like as if it came from the right, closer to the bathroom, and he walked closer to the left where he came from.
So if he comes in here and doesn't say anything, we could slit his throat.
No, stab him in the dick.
Yeah, currently you don't hear him checking any
No
doors.
murder.
He's-
Oh no,
I
I
don't-
think she has the right of it this time, Ogre. Stab him in
Yeah.
the dick, just make him scream.
What do you mean?
I mean, would you not scream when I stab
Okay.
you in the dick?
All right, how about we knock him out and then you can stab him in the dick? Then there's no screaming.
I'll think about it. Go ahead and do your
That
little
makes it worse though.
your
What do you mean?
your do your little light show. Maybe he'll come. It'll either blend in with the thunder if it's actually storming, Or it'll make a weird noise to have him come investigate. I pull my knife out to get ready.
Okay. So, Ogre, if you want to do that, I would say roll a tune, go ahead and apply stress, and then depending on how this plays out, it'll make that much noise. You are controlling it. All right, cool. I'll ask you. Do you mind if this makes a little bit of noise?
I mean, it sounds like Kim wants the noise, but I also don't want her to kill that man.
I don't mind.
I would try to keep it silent if possible.
Okay. You attempt to keep it silent, but there of course is a sound. You're not entirely sure if it's loud enough to attract attention. Kim, is your ear still to the door?
Yes.
All right. As he's conjuring up this lightning, because it does take a second, he doesn't need to do a full-on dance, but he's basically trying to get a nice quick spark to light the room up. As you are listening to the door, Kim, you hear another as he's stepping around, and you actually hear him jiggling a doorknob. He opens the door. Silence. And you can hear him not quietly close it. And
Which door?
the one furthest from you guys at the end of the hallway, and it sounds like he's just going through each door, opening and closing them. And while he's doing this, you hear Ogre's spell go off at an opportune time as he's closing the second door. You guys are like the fourth. And he turns, he pauses. He was closing and opening his doors at a pretty consistent rhythm, Kim, but he's kind of paused. And
My knife is ready.
he probably thinks there's someone not in one of these rooms here. That was a weird sound. That definitely was not thunder. I'm not hearing things.
What? That was definitely thunder. Please.
As for what you guys see in here, go ahead and roll me a tune, Ogre, but just as a fortune roll. So that this doesn't affect you in any negative way, just roll 3 dice. Okay, cool. I like that. As it sparks, you can see that this is actually used as a barrack. It's a room for one individual. There's a bed across the way. The sheets are pretty messy. Whoever slept in here didn't really bother cleaning up after themselves. There's a pair of boots in the ground. You catch this all pretty quick. But there is something on the table. It looks similar, sort of similar to? It's difficult to tell. It looks off, whatever it is. But it's primarily metal and has tubes and strange looking like filaments kind of like wrapping around it, and it's rifle shaped, and it's just sitting on the table there. And as your spark kind of dissipates, you can no longer see it. There's a little bit of light coming through under the door, and now that your eyes have kind of adjusted to the darkness, and you know you kind of seen the layout of this room, you are mostly aware of where this weapon is. It's like 3 feet from you guys on a table.
It's rifle shaped. Let's take it.
And Kim has her knives bared,
Can replace my gun.
facing the door.
It's a ghost gun.
Ghost gun.
It shoots
Perfect.
ghosts.
So I would say Kim
Well,
did
then I
not
gotta
see
trap more
this,
people.
but Desmond and Ogre definitely did see this.
Right. I'm
That-
preparing to murder.
Yes.
That's a gun replacement for free, assuming that is actually a gun. So I will grab it.
Actually, can I roll a study roll to see if I recognize what it is?
I will say you
As in
don't.
actually recognize?
I will say you don't really need to. Well, it's really dark right now, so you would need
I mean, in that half.
in that
second,
half
it was
in that
light,
half
basically.
second, basically whatever I told you is all you can get from it. Unfortunately, you
After
know you might be able to get more information, but you need more time and light. You're not entirely sure what it does or what it is, but you know it is definitely a weapon. Straight up, you know it's a weapon. You've not fired one yourself, but this is meant for getting bang bang bang. The steps get closer, Cam. Closer and closer, and you hear his hand on the doorknob. What do the 3 of you do?
I mean, I want to grab the gun thing.
All right, you got it.
I want
I'm
to.
going to ready a vial of slumber essence.
Oh.
Ready to slam it in his
Actually,
face and then pull him into the thing with us.
Actually, I'll get ready to zap him as quietly as possible.
Okay.
Assuming I have to. I'm gonna wait to see if the other two can handle it.
Sure.
I'm gonna put my back against the wall.
Okay.
Knife at the ready to stab him in the throat.
Okay, you're like waiting
I
next to the
want
door,
to make
basically.
sure that Kim is standing on the side of the door that's turning inward. Is it an inward turning door or an outward turning door?
It turns out.
Okay, I want to make sure she is standing behind the door basically when it's open.
All right.
So that if things go wild, she can slam it shut behind him.
Perfect. Kim, are you aware that Desmond is trying to put this guy to sleep, or are you just in stab mode?
I will make it very clear.
Are you paying attention, Kim?
I imagine Desmond is probably waving at me.
Are you
So,
paying
yeah.
attention?
Yes,
I
I will
mean,
notice
if she
that.
doesn't
Okay.
notice, I'll pick her up and put her away. So
I may take a couple seconds to notice, but I will notice.
Alrighty. Considering the door is going to open and basically block you, Kim, Desmond and Ogre, are either of you trying to hide? Because when he opens this door, light's going to spill and he's going to see anyone standing in the immediate walkway. And you guys have had time to like wriggle around if you need to. There's like tables and chairs and like a bookcase you can hide behind if you need to like put your back up against the wall. So
I'll
you've had
hide
time.
in the bed, like under the covers.
Okay. Desmond?
I'm basically standing next to the door, and the moment he opens it, I want to slam the dust into his face
All right, perfect.
and then pull him in immediately.
Excellent. As he swings the door open, Kim, you are obviously behind the door, so it is separating the two of you. You have no way of stabbing him as of current. And he goes to take a step into the room, giving Desmond immediate access to him. And knowing you're trying to do that, I assume that would be a finesse roll?
Yeah, that's finesse.
Sounds pretty finessey to me. And that is the sleeping powder you have. So I would say for you, yeah, this should just be risky standard. If you want to push yourself or do anything, you're more than welcome to do that.
So finesse, you said?
I believe, I mean, I can't think of any other stat. Finesse makes the most sense.
Yeah,
'cause you're,
no, finesse makes the most sense in this
Yeah.
case.
I mean, technically hunt, but
And
you don't have any points in hunt.
was it risky position and stand effect?
Yeah, risky standard. Just straight up. If you want to push or do anything extra, you're more than
I'll
welcome to do
definitely push myself with this one.
Okay.
Stress is no longer an issue anyway.
so. I know, right? That feels so good.
I mean, it is if you don't get it cleared before.
You're true.
Could make this a desperate position, but that's a bit risky. It's already risky. Make it a desperate position with great effect.
How are you making this desperate? Are you rushing in faster?
I mean, is it not already a desperate position, honestly?
Because you guys are, and
Yes,
honestly,
yeah.
yeah, you guys are fairly controlled and the room is dark, so his eyes need to adjust.
I'm making it desperate by, like, just plainly standing in the middle of the doorway. So, like, when
Okay.
he opens it, I will be there. He will
Okay.
notice me.
Perfect, yeah, because you are
I'll
more
just
prepared for
stomp him.
this. Yeah, because you're more prepared. This will have greater effect. So as a desperate position and great effect, go ahead and mark experience, and then roll those bones.
Experience for prowess, right?
Yeah, it should be prowess. Whichever one.
Yeah.
Is yep prowess. Oh, you want to give yourself that level first before you roll?
I mean, am I allowed to do that?
I mean, you got it last time. Yeah, the second that fills
Yeah,
up,
you had it before.
yeah. So the second that fills up, you get the stat.
Okay, I mean,
Yeah, sorry,
sure.
I forgot to mention that.
Then it's +1 actually, right?
Yeah, so it should be
That's
3
not-
total.
Actually,
No,
give
oh
me
no. Wait, you said you pushed yourself too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that should be 3 total. So 2 + 1, and then great effect, desperate position, and then make sure you mark experience. Which I believe you did. I'm ready.
Nice.
Yeah, nice, perfect. Hell yeah. Alrighty.
You do it.
Very good, very good. All right, you rush in and you just nail this dude. He goes to go, but not a sound gets out. You were in a fantastic position, Desmond, and you just like snuff this dude. And what do you do with him? Where do you pull his body? He's struggling, but he
I
can't make any
pull him
noise.
in and put him in bed and tuck him in.
Okay. He very quickly attempts to struggle and get out of your grip, but he's so tired. And you tug him in next to Ogre. Ogre, you have a bed, buddy.
Yes, give him a nice kiss on the forehead. Sleep well.
All right, and the door kind of slowly closes a little bit, and Kim,
Yes,
you're just
I will silently close it.
you're just standing there with your knives.
Look at a little irritated. I didn't get to use it. Good work, Desmond.
All right, and with that, this
Wouldn't want anything reckless to happen, would we now?
Ugh.
all Alrighty, and with that, the dude seems to be knocked out. I will say ogre, so we can add custom items.
Who the hell gave Ogre a gun though?
I know, right?
How would you do that?
I don't think I can add a custom item.
Like, is it a normal gun or is it actually like weird looking?
It's very strange looking. I don't know if there's like
Lightning
an
gun.
yeah, I don't know if there's like an electroplasma cannon gun thing.
Real gun. Good job, Ogre. You now have unlimited power.
Okay.
I have now become
alright.
Magnamalo. Railgun tail.
I'm trying to see what makes the most sense, because it's not small is the thing. It's really noticeable. It's kind of hard to hide.
I mean, you could make it like a weight 2 thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's a large weapon. I know that that's vague, but I'm gonna go ahead and add that. It does put you into heavy, so carrying this around is kind of obvious that you're walking around, which just put you at normal load. It basically you don't look like you're stealthing around. You basically can't hide this weapon effectively. Is all that means. So if someone sees you, they're gonna wonder why you're walking around with like a rifle. Doesn't slow you down or anything.
Some of my stuff, but
You definitely can if you want. I will say, regardless, so you won't be slowed at all. If you do decide to drop something, but this thing it's tall, like it's very difficult to. It has a sash that you can like wrap around your shoulder, so you can carry it pretty easily. It's just really obvious that you're carrying.
oh, that's fine.
Yeah, it's like I said, not a huge deal. You don't look like you're armed to the teeth or anything. It's just you do have this thing on. So you have that in your
I'm
back.
always armed to the teeth. I got lightning.
I mean, now you have a gun that shoot lightning, apparently.
Precisely.
Or does it shoot ghost?
Both. You can like load
Ghost
whatever
lightning.
the hell his name was. Soul
Thorn.
into the gun and then shoot lightning with him.
Shove Thorn in there and just shoot him at people.
Every time you fire it, you
mean,
hear him
you know.
scream.
Oh, hell yeah.
Damn you, ogre! Every single time. Just a new curse. As you guys begin to move around, you see that this individual is indeed out. He didn't shout, didn't make any noise. You guys are safe, what you can say.
All right, we continue.
All right, looking into the hallway, Kim, you can see that it's empty. The only person guarding it is, well, tucked nicely into bed.
Sucker. Lucky.
Wait, nobody in
too.
the entire building?
Not in this one
Or
hallway.
just
in front
this
of you.
area?
This one
Okay.
hallway specifically, yeah.
Okay,
this-
let's check this hallway then.
Yeah, southern hallway is completely empty. As you guys move forward, I won't ask for another stealth roll. You guys, let's say you mentioned you were heading towards the center larger, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If that
Yeah.
one was the most
Well, I mean,
logical one, yes.
Made the most sense, yeah, okay. And as you guys move in that direction, you can see that down this hallway, he did indeed close every single door that he was looking. And peeping around the corner, Kim, taking the lead, you can see that there is currently, there are 2 guards standing in front of a door. And this door leads to the center room. They are both armed. One has a rifle that he's holding across his chest, and the other is leaning on what seems to be a blade, kind of like lazily leaning up against the wall. Seems like a standard size sword, and it's sheathed. And they're just sitting there, looking forward.
Hmm.
What do you do?
Well, I'm out of slumber essence, so
Could we have like a gaseous version of the slumber essence?
I mean,
Where,
you
you
have
know, we
different
like-
essence, right?
What do you have on you?
I think she has like the trance powder or something.
Yeah.
What does Ogre have actually? Do you have any powders?
I have a spirit mask.
The hell does that do?
You have any powders? I have a mask!
it lets me see ghosts.
I mean, I doubt there's any ventilation in this place. or in Duskull in general, honestly. But
All right, how about I take the that Popo's clothes,
Okay.
walk up to these guys before they realize what's happening, toss chance powder in their faces. Or does it only work for one person?
It technically
I
works
think
for one
last time we
person.
used it
If
for
you
multiple, but
if you split it, I'm going to reduce the effect, basically. Not to
Oh,
no
man,
effect.
I only
but
need
to-
them
to-
unconscious for like a couple seconds.
Yeah, so it'll be limited effect. Basically, you tell me exactly what you want to do. So we can say you're wearing the Popo uniform, looking nice and snazzy, and you know how to make anything fit you, so it looks good.
Oh yeah.
Regardless of this guy's size, it somehow fits Kim because she's got the skills. So you want to take your one dose of trans powder and hit both of them with it, basically?
Yeah.
Are you saying anything? Or are you just walking up like, "Good day, eat shit"?
Would it
I was
help?
thinking good day, eat shit.
Okay.
Would it help if they ingested the trans powder,
Like tea?
tea or some food or something like that? Yes.
Theoretically, yeah. As long as it's
I mean,
ingested
Um,
we're
in
talking
some way.
about.
Yeah.
He always has food with him, you know. Like
I
you
mean,
could
I
walk
I
up
guess
with.
they could have like a secretary that brings around like snacks or tea or something, but I would need the appropriate outfit for that.
Fortunately, there's a mechanic for that.
A flashback.
You can say you brought an outfit with you.
I mean, you could do it with like a normal blue coat outfit from the guy and say that we snagged some fruit from some smuggler or something.
All right. I will flashback, do some research on the secretaries in this place.
All right, it's like proper attire and proper
Proper etiquette, yes.
proper food and etiquette and such. Sure. Okay, go ahead and add, we'll add one stress for that. And we'll say that you do indeed learn that while they wear similar uniforms, there are some small distinctions.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, and you're able to bring all those with you. You also learn the types of foods that they're normally given. At least while they're waiting, it's usually, you know, depending on like where they are, certain dried foods because they're standing, they don't have a table. They're able to put it in their pockets. Certain dried meats and occasionally warm drinks. You know, if they're feeling lucky, basically.
All right. Well, warm drinks.
I will do a setup action for preparing the food. Is that okay? Can I do that in flashback actually?
Effectively,
Not sure.
what's your intended outcome?
Basically do a setup action so that the food looks more appealing, so they literally scarf it down.
Sure, I'll say that can be a flashback. Just take one stress for that, and you basically help Cam without needing to roll or anything. That's fine. You basically help show her a better way to present it, so it doesn't just look like a dried hunk of, basically.
Yes, this is how I would use it.
Yeah, more appealing, effectively. So Kim,
I help her cook. I give her cooking lessons.
Yeah, basically. So you have this dried meat that you plan on bringing with you, Kim, and you have the setup uniform. So did you like cook the trans powder into it?
Yeah.
Okay. So read me the trans powder real quick. What's it do?
Where'd he go? There it is. A dose of the popular drug, which includes an altered mental state, induces an altered mental state. The victim of this powder is not fully unconscious, but rather retreats into a calm, suggestible mental state.
Okay. So I will say this, because you're splitting it between two people, I'm going to say it's a limited effect. Because you have everything pretty much handled. I'm just going to say it's still somewhat risky, because what's going on here. So I'll say risky position, and limited effect. Of course, if you want to push, or do
Actually,
anything
what is a
extra.
roll for this? Is it sway?
You tell me, Kim. What makes the most sense?
I think sway makes more sense.
Yeah, I mean, you're just talking and chit chat with him, right?
Yeah, and I'm trying to make him seem like I blend in.
Okay. I'm totally cool with that. So it'd be limited and risky. If you want to augment anything, let me know before you pull the ripcord on this.
No, I think that's fine.
Okay. What do you say to them as you walk up with this wonderful dried meat?
Let's see.
Like, would it be weird for you to come in at this time?
Yeah.
We'll say you guys did enough research to determine when the appropriate time to come in was. that was part of her research.
So is this the proper time, or
Yeah,
is it earlier,
You're good.
late?
You're good.
Everything was timed perfectly.
Yeah.
As needed by plot.
That's the point of flashbacks, because you can't plan for everything. How unfun would it be if everything lined up except for one thing and the whole thing failed?
All right. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Here's your whatever o'clock snack.
Okay. The one leaning on his sword is kind of slack-jawed looking. He looks bored, and he kind of goes like, "Hey, thanks. What was your name?"
Sierra.
It's Sierra. Kind of gives you a wink. I appreciate it. He's kind of giving you like a charming smile, and the other one is being very serious as he's holding his rifle up. He kind of puts it down and puts his hand out for you to place the meat in his hand. He takes it.
I'll wink back at the other one too.
The one that you winked at kind of rubs his finger against the back of your hand as you hand it to him, and he says, Are you new here? You look somewhat familiar. I know we have a lot of people moving through because, new location and all, but and then before you can answer, the guy holding the rifle kind of elbows him like, shut up. Regards, like, stop talking.
Nice.
I will do a little girlish giggle, but not answer. Let me know if you boys need anything else.
Okay. Go ahead and roll those die for me. Wow.
Nice.
Excellent. Okay.
A 5, a 6, and a 5.
I know, right? Jesus.
I mean, what would a crit have done? Like, knock them out both?
A crit, I basically would have said you do it, and then you tell me how much more you want to accomplish. Basically, with crits, I will either add to it, or you guys can embellish and say, okay, cool, I also did this thing.
They both fall madly in love with Kim and knock each other out for her affection.
Just beat the shit out of each other.
Honestly, that could
She's
work.
mine!
All right,
I mean, they are suggestible now, so yes.
True.
indeed. So after you hand this food to them, Kim, they don't question it whatsoever. You came at the right time. So saith that 6. And at first, you actually get the feeling that the gentleman with the gun wouldn't have eaten it. But you did everything right, as is tradition. And he chomps in it, starts, pretty good. Actually, it's really good. And he just starts chomping down on it. And the other guy just kind of slimily looking at you, and he takes another bite, and he's just leaning on his sword and kind of like swirling it in place and giving you a look. You can tell, though, Kim, unfortunately, because you had to split the dose, it'll take an extra second, not extra second, it'll take a minute or so for this to actually function properly. While...
Is it customary to eat and then take the trash away, or?
Plates, probably, yes.
there is a table next to them for leaving that, then you can come back later and pick it up. Did you bring any drinks or just meat?
Whichever is customary.
I will say, if you had the drinks, how did you bring them over here?
I figure I would have grabbed a tray from somewhere.
Otherwise, just meat's fine, because you would have needed to bring some form of
All right,
liquid.
then I'll bring just the meat.
Because there's just meat, there's no real cleanup required. You can hand them the meat. They just it's just dried meat. They just stuff it in their pocket when they're done to eat. When they're done, they grab more later. So you don't need to clean anything up realistically. You can just walk away, or you can stay.
Yeah.
But it might be a little awkward if you stay.
I'll walk away.
Okay. You go back where you came from.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like the meat?
I mean, I
Good.
could. No, I should. I'm like,
No.
it is actually my first time preparing that. How is it?
They both look at you and say, the first one that the ref says, it's quite good. Thank you very much. This is your first time, you say?
Preparing that particular dish, yes.
Well, you've done a quite fantastic job, I might say. And if this is indeed your first time, may I say you have a bright future ahead of you.
Why, thank you. And how about you?
You're quite welcome. And the other says, yeah, that's definitely pretty good. I can say, yeah, this is, I might be able to help you with a few tips here and there, but yeah,
Oh, you.
I definitely like it. If you're not doing anything, later, I can give you some advice.
Sure. I'm willing to advise. I would love to be a much better cook.
Perfect. See. He kind of elbows the guy with the gun. We're all working together as a family, and he kind of like, his eyes are getting like a little watery, and he's kind of looking a little tired now. So building camaraderie with the people. Yeah. And then the other one with the gun is starting to look a little tired as well. He's like, it seems we've been standing here for slightly too long. That's do you know what happened to what time it is, miss?
I'll look at my watch. Appropriately issued, by the way. Hard to find.
Of course.
It's about blah blah time.
All right. And they kind of look at each other and say, must be falling out of it. It's strangely tired for some reason. And
It's kind of felt like a long day, hasn't it?
you can tell as you've been talking to them, it's definitely starting to sink in. Desmond and Ogre, what are you two doing while you're kind of hanging back here?
I'm just waiting for the signal, honestly.
Yeah, same.
I'm definitely rolling
Kinda-
my eyes at the guy that's hitting on Kim, but
I know, right? He's got no chance. Sucker.
I'm
Alright.
just kind of looking at this weird gun thing.
And as they kind
actually,
of sit
I'm
here
paranoid.
and
I start looking through the hallways to make sure nobody else is following us around.
as you begin to sort of look around, Desmond, you can tell there's no one here. You don't bump anything or cause any issues, but you should be fine. Should be fine.
And I start recounting the plan basically in my head to make sure everything's alright.
Perfect. And just about now, Kim, you get the telltale signs in their faces that they're effectively full on lost in the sauce, if you will.
What was the signal?
Well, they're open to suggestions. So if you want to tell them something before the guys come around the corner, if you want them to come around and then talk to them, they're not like brainwashed, so they will still respond to most things normally. They're just open to suggestion.
You
way
could
more than usual.
effectively tell them that the guys that were coming to gather the stuff for whatever the hell bullshit reason have arrived and they're about to come pick up their stuff. And that's us.
I'll do that.
They half hear what you say. They're not even really sure, but yeah, it makes sense. Sure. And
I'm like, well, gee, I hope you're not too tired to help these guys move this stuff.
oh no, that's definitely acceptable. That's fine. I mean, we're professionals. Yes, of course, we're definitely professionals. And as the two of you come around the corner, they give you a weird look for a second. But Kim, you did reassure them that these guys are helping. Yeah, definitely. And then they have uniforms as you got for them, because that was the plan. And they give you a nod. The one with the rifle turns about, and the one with the blade takes a second longer, as he's kind of just like looking at you, Kim. He's just waving left and right, like, what's up? And he's kind of just like leaning on the weapon. The other one hits his shoulder and says, "Turn around, you idiot! I need your key too." And he goes, "Yes, sir." As he whips it about, they both place their key into the door. They turn them at the same time. You can hear it click. And then the door swings inward. And inside, you can see crate after barrel. Some of them have been opened. There's drugs. There's just a cornucopia of things that have been procured, if you will.
Drugs, huh?
Mhm.
So we should go after the items first that we came after.
And anything you carry, obviously, is going to have weight to it. So you can do one of two things here. You can just go straight in, and you can take what he asked you guys to take. It shouldn't be too much. It was one primary thing he needed you guys to pull out. Of course, you can take more. This one thing only has one weight to it. Shouldn't really be too hard. It's basically just lines. So a lot of items and things in Dustfall are powered, obviously, by this electro soul energy. I forgot the precise name for it. But they come in like vials. They're rather long, maybe like 6 inches or so, maybe like 1 or 2 inches in diameter, and they come in like lines placed on top of. My brain is not working. Hey, basically. And there's a few boxes of these. They're not really too heavy. You can kind of just take them in and out. But this is the primary thing he wanted. If you guys want to spend a little bit of time, of course, there will be rolls and such required to look through to take things of your own or take other items you think are his. That's entirely up to you. It'll just be risky.
I mean, I would like to. You said drugs. Are they like bagged or some other version format?
You see plenty are powdered. Some are in a crystal form,
Are they like blocks?
and some are liquids. They look more like unrefined crystal. Relatively safe to touch, but not if your hands get sweaty. Usually you'd wear gloves.
Are there any I could stuff into my bra?
Small amounts, yes.
I will grab some small amounts of something in my bra.
Sure.
Not to use, just to sell.
Of course.
I mean, what kind of drugs would they even have in like Duskfall? Mushrooms?
Those are free.
Yes.
I am aware that there is a list of drugs. I would say in a situation like this, any form of escape is well wanted.
I mean, we would have probably discussed like make sure you bring something, but only one item, and it needs to be light, nothing big.
So I will say, if you guys take just what he asked with you, whoever's carrying it, I'm sure you guys have the room to carry it with no issue. It'll be relatively
Oprah
obvious.
already got his thing, so
Yeah, you have that.
he doesn't get anything.
If you guys decide to take more, leaving could be somewhat of an issue. It could get dirty, depending on the route you guys decide to exit. Entirely up to you.
Honestly, I would just take a quick look around, see if there's anything that sticks out.
Anything small, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean,
Something
did
that
he
looks
really
good.
only ask for one thing? I thought he wanted like 2 or 3.
2 or 3 of the crates of this, and that overall equals 1 weight. So basically, it'll be obvious you're carrying it.
Yeah.
It's not, unfortunately, it's not safe. Imagine, those big old bulky laptops, the big old chunky hunkers. Imagine 3 of those like stacked on top of each other. That's basically what you're carrying. So there's no like quiet way to do this. You can't shove it in a bag. It's pretty obvious. And most of the crates
I
are.
mean, all we gotta do is wander down the hallway and into the bathroom down the stairs, right?
Well, it's on a ladder, so.
I mean, the ladder shouldn't be too hard. We just gotta make sure we don't drop it in the shit.
Of course.
Like, we can figure something out. We have a rope and stuff with us, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, as long as the bathroom is locked, it shouldn't be a huge problem.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I mean, probably not. You have to roll for the still, but we'll see.
Yeah. So essentially, if you guys just yoink a few small things and the item that he asked for, we'll say it's obviously not prominently displayed. You guys had to go through a couple boxes, which is why you're aware that there are drugs and other things of that nature here. There's some weapons. You guys see some like small firearms. You see some swords, some daggers, an axe or 2.
Are there collectibles we can sell? Like art stuff.
Definitely art stuff.
There's
Is it a name?
Yeah. There is. Like I said, if you guys want to look around and nab some things, there's stuff here. But if you're going through these sewers, good luck bringing it through there without damaging it. You are more than welcome to do so. There are vases. There's some Voss if you like Voss.
It could be Mona Lisa sized,
There's a painting or 2. I don't know how you're gonna get a painting through a sewer, but if you can figure it out,
Put it over my head and just don't drop it.
that works. Yeah, like I said, if you guys want to grab extra shit, it's just risky.
All right. So Desmond carry the crate.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab a painting. I want the prettiest, most luxurious looking one.
Okay.
Assuming it's not massive.
All right.
It's decent
Like-
sized.
I'm not sure if this is like a flashback thing, but Desmond would definitely have like done some research into what they have recently stolen and see if there's like a way to, well, basically have a list of things that have some worth on them.
I would say that was part of the gather information, and because of that, you guys are able to. So let me be super clear. Going through this room now, the guards that don't know you're here would very much be questioning if this door is open for too long and they hear people rustling around for too long. So, because of the information that you do have, you guys are able to A, be quiet, and B, do it quickly, so that you don't instantly have guards rushing in here. Because this is weird. It's something weird.
Yeah, and no matter what we grab, we should only look for something like for 2 seconds.
Yeah, so this is quick. This whole thing happens in like the span of maybe 3 minute stops. You guys are doing this like snap, fast.
Yeah,
but you're
let's say I
super
made
efficient.
that list and I went to our deals broker, which we have never used before until now.
Yep.
And said, do you have any buyers for this stuff? And he might have pointed out 1 or 2 items.
Oh, definitely. So some of these items that were stolen might have been stolen from people that we don't really care for, so we're not going to return it to them. We'll just sell it. Maybe back to them. That'd be funny.
Teehee. Yeah, sure. Basically, we'll go for that stuff if it's like in hand's reach and not too heavy.
Sure. So we can say one person can carry the goods that Richter actually wanted. Kim, you can carry a painting, and then let's say something else. Ogre, do you want something unscrupulous? Do you want art? What would you like to grab?
I mean, he's already carrying a big gun.
The guns
Yeah, I got
are
the
wrapped
weird
around.
gun.
Yeah, so the gun is over your
Exactly.
shoulder, basically, on your back.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter what else he's carrying. I mean,
Whatever you carry will just be obvious you're carrying something. So do you want something spicier, or do you want something that looks nice?
I mean,
Either for selling or for...
whatever's like small and looks like it's worth a little bit of money.
I would say looking... You guys, went through Desmond's list prior to this. So quickly racking your mind for that ogre, you're actually able to find a pair of twin ornate daggers that have a few gems in them. They're not really that functional in terms of combat, but they can be sold or displayed.
Spicy. Free money.
Free money. All right, you're able to nab that. Kim, you have a beautiful painting. What is Kim like in terms of paintings? I don't know if you're selling this or keeping it. There were a few to choose from.
I mean, she's definitely gonna give it to her boyfriend.
Not necessarily. I'm thinking I like anything. Like pretty. Like maybe like feminine and pretty.
Like colorful, basically.
Yeah, or something that makes the. You ever seen those like pieces of artwork that are very just pretty, like versions of like girls' bodies?
I was about to say, like would it be something similar to like a tasteful nude of a woman
Yeah,
with like
tasteful nude. That's what I'm trying to think of.
Yeah, and her body's like wrapped in like silk,
Yeah.
like semi see-through silks.
Yeah, I think she would like that.
Yeah, but I like that. That'll look very nice. So you're able to nab, we'll say that the classiest looking painting that you can find. You actually might even recognize the model.
Oh, okay.
And as you guys begin to head out, the two
Wait, Kim,
guards.
is that you?
I don't know. Maybe someone I know
roll
though.
that dice. Roll that dice. I want to know.
Is this a Kim?
Is it Kim or is it not?
Is it Kim? Whoa, where'd my buttons go?
What button?
My dice.
The only way to roll dice here should be straight through your character sheet.
Sadly, you can't even do slash roll. Apparently, it started the fight.
You can use /R. That works. That's I've been rolling.
I mean, I did slash roll, which is the same thing, and then 46, and it went
Really?
weird. Yeah, that's what I did.
Huh, I rolled that weird.
Um.
That rolled awful. Oh my god. 1, 2, 2, 1. Woo. Good thing I'm not playing the game.
It worked for me this time.
Interesting. 1, 5, 4, 6.
1, it's me. 2, it's not.
Oh, you're just going half and half.
Oh dear God, it's me.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay, do you hide it from us?
Yes, I did. Can they tell it's you? We'll say your face is turned slightly.
So that's the reason why she's stealing it.
Is this one of my favorite pieces of art?
You decide. It's your painting.
It's very
yes,
nice.
I hide it for now. I'm
Okay.
a little too chicken to admit it.
Okay.
For now.
Would you say you picked up at first and go, wow, this is gorgeous. She's hot. Oh god, that's me.
yes, that's exactly what I did. Because let's say I did this when I was much younger and
Okay.
probably a freshman at school.
Okay.
I
funny.
needed money somehow.
Yeah, okay. I like that. That's really funny. Okay, so you you take this photo that's definitely of this painting that's definitely not you. And the two guards begin to lock up the room. And as I mentioned, while they are very much susceptible, the other guards are not. And you begin to hear whispering of like, did someone just open the center room? No, no one's expected. We didn't get any haul. We're currently questioning someone right now. And you begin to hear footsteps coming towards you from the north.
Very quickly, thank you, gentlemen. Have a nice day, and run away.
They sort of like tipsily like, you're welcome, miss. And are you guys?
I run
Yeah.
after it, and basically I go, make sure to write down this was a delivery from the random group that we don't like.
Not a
do-
Collectorium.
Do you want to pick an actual faction? Say this is from?
Basically, yeah.
Which faction?
Like, which faction has pissed us up? Like the Silver Nails or something?
I will. Let me say this real quick before you pick one.
No, wait.
Oh.
Who? The Grey Cloaks. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go
perfect.
with the Grey Cloaks.
All right.
Ooh. Yeah, they're still alive, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah,
Yes.
you guys have barely touched them.
Add some more fuel to the fire.
They're tier 2. The bill hooks are tier 1. They're the ones that are going down. Grey cloaks are prior.
Yeah, the Grey Cloaks are the one that are currently fighting with the Blue Cloaks, right? With they're the
Yes.
ex-cops, basically.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, add some fuel to the fire.
Weren't the
Okay.
Grey Cloaks the one we took that the train station turf from?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, get rid of them.
Okay, cool. Let me be really clear on this. So they're not full on at war, but if you do end up at war with anybody, it actually hurts your downtime activities. So you're currently enemies with them, and that's fine. If you end up at war with them,
it was us though.
I mean, no one will know we did it though. We're blaming them without. I haven't left anything behind. Okay.
Well,
right,
not
right.
yet.
not yet, yeah. So
I am too stunned by this picture to leave behind a TikTok knife.
right, perfect. So I'll mentally mark that they think it was the Grey Cloaks. I'm kind of just clicking through it to double check that 3. Yeah,
I mean,
so
if they
so
even
3 is at war.
remember, because I told it to them while they were dazed.
Exactly. Yeah, so currently they're at -1, which is adversaries, -2. Not that big of a deal, it's just enemies. Just letting you guys know that there is a mechanical effect at -3, but it's currently at -1, so you're fine. As you guys head out, are you doing this quickly or quietly? As you guys kind of like shuffle outward.
Quickly.
Quickly, okay. This will require
I'd like a gentle sprint, basically.
Yeah,
Okay.
a gentle sprint.
All right. However, you guys are heading back to the bathroom. This will require a roll. So are we leading and having everyone follow, or?
Might as well. I'll lead.
All right. What are you rolling?
Prowl.
All right. Is that everybody prowling?
Or can I use finesse instead?
Use finesse instead.
I mean, if you roll finesse, that's better for me. At this point, we aren't really prowling, are we?
Yeah, we're not really
We're
prowling
just-
anymore.
We're just like quietly
Uh,
sprinting.
Very carefully, not trying to make the gear not jingle.
Okay. At first, I would say it doesn't make much sense, but yes, that part does make sense. Kim, yeah, sure. I'll say, Kim, you're trying to kind of tell everybody how to hold things properly to be quiet as you guys are moving forward. So yes, finesse is fine. I'm gonna put you guys though. It's standard effect, but desperate position, just because they're right behind you.
Works for me.
So it's real spicy. If you
So okay, what happens if we fail this?
if you fail a desperate
We
position,
won't
you're
fail.
host. Yeah, you're screwed if you fail it. If you mix success it, it's not that big of a deal. A mixed success on...
I will push myself.
Yeah, a mixed success is you can succeed with
I do have 2 in finesse now, so.
yeah, so you succeed with a comp.
Wait, hang on. I don't know if I want to push myself.
What does the ogre have
Well, remember you
in
can take,
finesse?
you can take devil's bargain.
For finesse and fucking nothing.
Well, that's still 4 dice technically. 4.5. 3.5.
Yeah, so you can push or devil's
Are,
bargain.
are we doing finesse or prowl?
Finesse.
Finesse is probably better. Yeah.
Finesse because it's her best skill, and doesn't have
have fun
some.
carrying me.
She can handle
Yeah,
stress.
roll finesse. It's fine.
Actually, she can literally handle stress. It's fine.
Okay, I'll do another devil's bargain.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of high on stress, but I can de-stress in one go next time. So.
I can't push. If even one of you fails and I push, I get a trauma.
Don't
okay.
push. I have 2 in finesse. That's
Okay.
what do you have? Like 3?
Yeah,
Just
3.
three, yeah.
That's 5 die.
Okay. Let's see. Ogre, are you pushing or are you rolling with this fan?
I mean, I can push. It's fine.
And then Desmond, you're rolling with 2, and you'll technically be rolling with 4 then. Yeah. Let's see.
Wait, with 4.
She'll have 4, yeah. She has 3 plus 1.
Nice.
Plus 1 die. Desperate.
All right. Yeah. Oh yeah. So
So
you
what's
guys
my-
roll. Yeah. You guys roll normal. She's rolling.
What's my bargain?
Technically desperate. So yeah, it's desperate position, and then standard effect. I will say. Normally, I think it only adds like 3 pips. Yeah, it only normally adds 3 pips if you get mixed success. I'll say Devil's Bargain is you something will happen that will make enough sound that they'll instantly be aware of where you guys are.
So it's a fail?
Hmm?
So we'll fail?
If
That's not worth it. Screw the devil's bargain. I'll roll 4 dice.
oh,
or
well, it's
three?
I mean, it won't
Three
be an
dice?
instant fail. They'll just
It's-
be right on our tail, basically.
it's
They'll
not
know
it's
where we
yeah,
are.
it's not a fail. They'll just be
They're
aware
just
where you
stuck.
are.
That might as well be a fail. Alright, fine. I'll take it. How many
Okay.
dice am I rolling? I hate you. If this fails, I'm hitting you.
4. So you roll 4. Doesn't rolls 2, right?
Yes.
And then ogres, were you rolling the 1 or the disadvantage?
I'm rolling 1.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh no.
1 stress.
Okay, only 1 stress. That's fine. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
No, I thought it didn't roll for a second.
Okay, yeah,
But I did.
it looked like it just took a second. Okay, so basically what that happens, you don't drop anything, you lose nothing, but we'll say it's not necessarily you guys. The dude leaning on his weapon bumps into the table that he was next to and makes way too much damn noise, drawing the attention of most of the guards. So you guys start at a pretty good pace quietly, but this noise draws the attention of basically everyone. And as you hear them rush up to the door, they're like questioning him, like, "What the hell are you guys doing?" And they barely they locked the door like properly, but, like his keys like hanging out. They both look like they're something's happened to them. And you hear
They-
guards.
They should be focused on them long enough for us to slip away.
Yes.
Yes.
And you guys hear shouting like instantly. As I mentioned, the bathroom is closed. Desmond kind of wired that back, what you call it, shut. But there are guards instantly up and looking about. And you guys do rush to the bathroom quickly, but you can tell they know you guys are in the back somewhere. And all the guards basically instantly rush to the back, opening doors frantically. You're not sure if they're going to get to the bathroom first or second. You're not entirely sure, where they're going, but you guys are carrying relatively heavy shit. And you guys got to go now. So as you're in the bathroom, they are right behind you. What do you guys do? The door's closed behind you. The door in front of you leads into the sewer. There's no one currently in the bathroom, so you're fine there. But there are dudes right behind you.
I'll rip open the door to the sewer, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll tell everyone to jump. Is it like a stairway or like a ladder more?
It's a ladder.
Right, jump.
Okay. As you jump down,
I'm not getting this painting dirty.
I'll
So I'm
Basically, I'll
going
be
down
lost and I'll
last.
try to lock the door. Like, is it like key lock door from my side, or is it some different way? Like, would it automatically lock?
it won't automatically lock. You'll have to kind of tinker. It is a very strange key. Like, it's technically a key, but it looks more like I'm trying to like describe it. It's more like a plus sign that would like be pushed up in and then turn, and then it, like, twists all these metal inner cogs that kind of like push these fans outward on this circle. It's like basically a grate, circular. Well, it's not a grate. Sorry, circular. What are they called? Oh my god, they're everywhere in the streets. What are they called? Those circular metal discs. They have a name.
Sewer pipes?
The
Sewer
thing-
grate, sewer
thing the Ninja
Waffles.
Turtles go down. Those things.
manholes.
Yeah, basically the metal thing covering it. Basically, there's like a fan
the
part that
mantle
comes out.
cover.
Yeah, mantle cover. Yeah, I think it's a different name. My brain isn't working. Basically, you
Yeah,
twist
it's
it
just
and then they
mantle
kind of
cover,
pop out. So it's actually easier to close than just to open. So you can definitely tinker with that. Going forward, did you mark experience by the way, Kim?
No,
Okay, definitely do that.
it goes in prowess, right?
Yes.
All right. Are we going in here in just the clothes we're wearing right now?
Yes, we had
Well,
to
we
leave
don't
the
have
clothes
time to
behind.
yes.
We don't have time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless Yeah, we are holding stuff. We don't have time to pick anything up.
All right.
But that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I
They
won't be able
come-
to use it. I won't be able to use this outfit again, but yes.
Yeah. You guys had nice boots to keep the
Would you
garbage.
prefer potentially getting locked up in jail and never getting to use it ever again?
hell no.
Yeah. So
Then jump.
Hey, I'm not jumping. I'm going down slow to protect this
Yeah.
Oh
painting.
my god.
the primary downside to this,
Can I
obviously, is
push
that
Kim down the hole?
it's it's gonna seep into your clothes. So Desmond, you said you're first.
No, I'm lost. I'm making sure the door's closed, keeping it
Oh, I thought
closed, and
you
I'll
were making
try
sure.
to lock it.
Okay.
Okay. How about this? Very quickly, I will tell Desmond to drop the picture down to me. I will jump without it.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. I'll
Yeah.
get Kim to jump down, and I'll lower the stuff down for her.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Sure.
then I'll take it.
In that case, I guess Ogre can stay up as well and help me with closing this door.
Yeah. I'll
Like,
be ready to
I'll-
blast anyone if we have to.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it shut, and you can lock it.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna start walking away with the stuff.
Sure.
All right. While we're kind of everyone's moving, a lot of things are going on really fast here. I want to. Who has the best finesse? Is it you, Kim?
It's
Definitely Kim.
Probably.
I want to say roll me great effect, but risky. Since I like the idea of you jumping down, him quickly handing things to you, and Ogre helping, and Ogre's hands are technically free, so he can quickly hand things to you. Roll me that. Excellent. Okay, cool. So this plan
You do
works
it.
perfectly for you, Kim. You're able to actually down here in the sewers. It comes to about like mid. It's just under your knee, the slop. So it's like mid upper calf, and there are like shelved areas on the side of the sewer, kind of like sort of for walking, but not really. Like you can't really walk on them. It's more for like putting tools in case people need to work down here. Fortunately, it's large enough to put the crates. You don't want to put the painting there, obviously, but you're able to put crate.
Oh, no.
Right. So you're able to put all three. You see this really quickly. You're able to put all three crates down there, so Desmond can jump down as well, and then quickly pick them up. And then you take the painting last, and Ogre has nothing on him besides the gun, so he can also jump down. This actually speeds up your guys' process overall. How well are you trying to lock this door behind you, Des? With Ogre's help, the two of you.
I mean, I want to make sure that when they pull on it, basically to feel if it has been opened, it doesn't open.
Do you want to roll this, or do you want Ogre to do it?
Like, if he's still up here, if it makes logical sense, he's
Yeah.
good at it.
He is.
And yeah.
Wait, what roll?
We're basically trying to
Tinker
make sure
roll?
this. Yeah, probably Tinker most likely. We're trying to make sure this door stays locked, but like quickly with some sort of like shenanigans. We don't want them to get
Oh,
through
that's
here.
Fine. I got this.
Are you helping him anyway, Desmond, or you're just letting Ogre do the whole thing basically?
I'm definitely helping him. I'm not trying to find out how.
Okay.
I mean, with my kid, of course, but
What's the devil's bargain?
You want some spice? Sure. The spice will be that the kit breaks. And you gotta get a new
Oh,
one.
no.
I'm fine with that. I can replace that.
You can replace it.
Alright.
It'll just cost a gold, but
I'm taking that devil's bargain then,
okay.
if it's okay with Desmond.
Yeah.
I don't mind breaking your tools.
Like,
Alright,
if it comes to it, I really don't mind you melting the lock entirely.
I don't know how I would do that.
Electricity. Lots of it.
Is
That
there a
would be a
window?
lot.
Is there a window in that room?
No,
I hope not.
there's
Would
not.
you want a window into the sewer?
It's gonna be obvious we went down the sewer then, isn't it? Because
No.
we left sewer clothes in the laundry.
And
Or is the
there's-
laundry in a different area?
So the laundry is in the same room. There's gonna be sewer clothes in the laundry. There's also gonna be, unfortunately, very obvious signs around the sewer hole that people like footprints and such. They're
Yeah,
sloppy, though.
it's gonna be obvious we disappeared down the
I
sewer.
mean, sure, but it won't tell
That's
them who it
fine.
was or where
Right.
we
Yeah.
went.
Yeah, so this
That's
will
fine.
delay them long enough, and no one wants to go down here. Like
No,
you guys
exactly.
could very clearly tell no one came down here.
Well, I mean, I am taking the stuff and starting to walk away, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
fine.
I mean, in case they come down, it's probably best to be like 100 feet away anyway.
Oh yeah. So Kim,
Just out of like lamplight.
oh yeah, you have a you have a really solid lead, Kim. You haven't left your friends behind. You have a very
Yeah,
solid
no,
lead.
I'm not gonna go too far. I just
Yeah.
want enough lead that it's not a problem. If
Yeah, and
they
you're
do
holding the
follow.
painting above you, and then once Desmond does come down, he'll jump down, and then the crates are already stacked. You can just pick them up because you nailed it. With your
Yeah.
friends. You're real quick. They're perfectly stacked. No issues. And then Ogre, I believe that's
It-
5 die
Is
you'll be
there
rolling.
anything? Is there anything
Yeah.
down here that I can otherwise use to bar the door, basically, like physically bar it? A metal pipe, plank.
I would say there are probably enough like leftover tools and parts of plumbing and such that if you wanted to assist Ogre unlocking this, yes, you could definitely find something.
Yes. I'll assist him by him locking the door with, mechanically, and I'll do it physically with the random junk laying around.
Okay, so that should be, if you're rolling
I'm
Tinker
rolling.
Ogre, that's 4 plus 1 from Noel's Bargain, and then plus 1 more, that's 6.
Risky limited, right?
I would say this is standard because you do have the tools. And it is, God, is it desperate or is it risky? I'm gonna say desperate because they are right behind you guys. So actually, I'm gonna say with the help, I'll say it's great effect, but desperate.
Okay.
Because
At
you
least
guys,
you get XP.
have, you have all the tools, mark experience on that. It just
Yeah,
will
we
indeed
are
be
in a shit
desperate.
situation.
Yeah,
So
they're right
makes
behind
sense.
you. Oh yeah, buddy. Okay, tools not broken. Good job. A mixed success or lower, they would have snapped. You work quick. With Desmond's assistance, you're able to get this door locked. There's some feign dangling. There's a little bit of that duct tape and WD-40 going on here, but it's all good. Everything is up to your standards, Ogre, and up to your standards, Desmond. This is going to be difficult to get through. The way that you guys have this locked, you've like barred certain, because this door is kind of, it's not easy like to kick down. Same with the grate that we've put down. All these things you guys were able to put in such a way that, yes, it looks like something came up through here, but we can't tell what it was or who it was. So you're able to clear as much as you possibly can while also lock the door behind you. And with that, like I said, Ogre, you're not really carrying anything, so you're free to jump down into the sewer. And Desmond, you're also free to jump down and pick up your crates and basically start hooking.
I'll let Desmond go down first, and I will
Oh, I need to
get
mark
ready
the
to
stress.
zap
by the
anyone
way.
if they get through the door while he's
Okay.
going down.
All right. So you're going down last then, Ogre?
Yeah.
After Desmond...
Pick up the crates.
All right. After Desmond jumps down, you hear a splash. He picks up the crates, and he starts booking it. And after he lands down there, you hear the door to the bathroom proper, Ogre, open. As we mentioned, there is no window, but you can hear they're in the bathroom looking about. They're basically kicking open the bathroom stalls, and I assume you head out?
Yeah.
They look to the door, and you hear them as you're moving down and finishing up locking everything. You hear them slam against the door, try to open it, and you hear people shouting of like, "Get the shit open!" And they're pissed. You don't hear any guns go off, but you hear they're just banging up against things, and they're trying their absolute damnedest to get in there. But you guys are long gone by this point. You know that door will hold, guaranteed. And
Desmond is doing like the going fast, going slower, thinking, did I miss something? Did I forget something? Did I lose something?
yeah. Fortunately, you think everything's lining up and you're good.
I mean, we definitely forgot the clothes, but those were, well, written off anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, you got honestly, you guys put those in a good spot. Like I didn't even think about that. It was pretty smart. It's gross and it's a little weird, but honestly, really smart.
Nasty.
I mean, I was gonna say leave them behind the door, but this works fine.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, in the laundry pile makes sense.
I'm just like aiming this new gun behind us the whole time. Like, I swear to God, if someone shows up, I'm gonna shoot him.
Perfect. All right, and fortunately for you guys, you're able to head back with little to no issues. Nobody follows you guys. You get out just fine with all your product. Didn't drop anything. You didn't leave anything behind, to your knowledge. You guys succeeded like exactly where you need to be. That was absolutely amazing. And you guys are able to get back to Richter and hand him his product. Kim, you keep your painting, and Ogre, you keep a pair of knives. If you want to add, not necessarily to items because you can't add a custom item, but you want to add it to your notes. Add it to your notes. The fact that you have a pair of ornate daggers, and then Kim, same with you, your painting. If you want to add that. And with that, as I mentioned, your payment was a gang. So we'll go ahead and add that. Of the 4 edges, fearsome, independent, loyal, or tenacious, you can mark up to 2.
Did we have a list anywhere for those?
Yeah, where's the list? I want to look at it.
The list is somewhere in the book. It should be under gangs. I don't know exactly where it is.
Can we not view that screen you're looking at?
You probably can. Let me see. If I just do that, where it says Gang of Adepts, if you all click it, it should be under your cohorts. If you click the coin, click that. Click it. Yeah. Double click. All right. And then double click where it says Twilight Triad. No, the bottom. Under your chicken. There you go. Click cohort. Can you see it? This is
Yeah,
click to
I see
edit.
it.
Okay, now click to edit. Versus click to edit. Gang of Adepts. Click. There you go. You can see it.
Ah, yes.
All right, so gang type is either adepts, rooks, rovers,
It
skulks, or
doesn't really say
thugs.
what it does though.
It doesn't necessarily say. We kind of have to. To my knowledge, the book doesn't say either. Unfortunately, basically, it's just a number. They're like roleplay flaws. I can tell you what they mean.
Oh, I mean, it kind of does.
wait, yeah,
Rovers
if
are
you click on
sailors,
it.
carriage drivers, and deathland scavengers.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, that part definitely tells you. Now,
I'm
to my
pretty sure we just
knowledge,
want thugs.
scugs, give me those scugs, baby.
Scugs.
Give me 1 second. I think you guys actually have
I mean,
something.
skulks could also work, right?
Yeah, so
Or not
any
skulks, rovers. I mean,
any of those can actually help you with missions and such. I could be wrong, but I swear there was an upgrade or an ability or something that actually made them better.
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah, and we didn't take it on purpose for that reason that we were like, well, what's it do? So if you guys like any one of those,
Do we do 1 edge and flaw or 2 edge and flaw?
I guess it depends on the flaws. Like, what do we want to do for gang type though? Like rovers? Because
Well, we got the gang to protect the
yeah, but they could also do something else, I guess.
yeah, so we'll say by default, roustabouts, by default, they're good at defending. So the bottom part will be their specialty.
Yeah. So basically, rovers would be the crew for our depot, basically, and they also were carriage drivers, deadland scavengers, and sailors, and they like do smuggling on the side.
Yeah, so I could say you could
makes
also
sense.
add they they have proficiency in trains. Basically, we can add to that as well. So they know how that functions. Basically, if you guys needed extra assistance, they wouldn't be completely like, oh, I don't know what's going on.
No, I mean basically they would be personnel of that warehouse. That's about it.
I guess rovers makes the most sense then.
Is it
Either
one of
that
your
or
birds?
skulks.
No.
There's a dog in chat speaking a toy or a bird.
Totally not a bird.
Calling that a bird.
So what
She's
was it
going
like?
crazy, so she's in here.
I didn't hear what Viper said.
Okay.
I said then either rovers or skulks would make more sense.
If you guys want to sell on skulks for now, we can. And then if you want to change it later, you're more than welcome to.
Personally, I'm more for rovers because it makes sense that they're also like smugglers. So distribution basically. We do all the stealing.
True.
And we and the deadland
Sailors,
scavengers.
carriage drivers, yeah, that would make sense.
That makes sense, yeah.
And there's some deadland scavengers in there as well, which is probably
Considering
members that used to be of the other group.
You're literally getting it from someone who is a Deathland scavenger, so that makes a ton of sense,
Makes
actually,
sense.
flavor-wise. And then which edges did you want to give them?
Loyal, for sure.
Okay.
That's a useful one, yeah. And principled is the
Oh, there we
giveaway
go. Loyal means
flaw?
the cohort cannot be bribed or turned against you.
Yeah, I definitely want loyal.
But it actually says it right there on the cohort screen.
Wait, doesn't
Let's see. Yeah, and then fearsome says the cohort is terrifying in aspect and reputation.
don't see
Independent.
Yeah, I can't see that either.
Okay, I'll read it to you then. Independent. hold up.
Oh, no, I see it. It's on the other screen.
Yeah, on the other screen. Independent says the cohort can be trusted to make good decisions and act on their own initiative in the absence of a direct order. And tenacious
there.
is the
Okay.
cohort will not be deterred from a task. So that's what all four of them do. I'll just click all four. That way you can see. There you go. That way you can see all of them.
I mean, definitely loyal, yeah, that's useful. And as flaw, I would say principle is the easy one.
Mhm.
What would be their ethics or values?
Yeah, definitely loyal and independent. Sorry, not loyal and principled.
Keyboard. Doctor. Doctor.
But I feel like independent might be good.
You're feeling independent and loyal?
Yeah.
And then which 2 flaws? Principled and...
I would go
Wild.
with, honestly, with unreliable and principled. Wild is that could cause issues.
The cohort isn't always available due to other obligations. Okay. Mechanically with unreliable, what I could say with that is we could do like a fortune roll, basically. Just say, you know, luck. And I'll roll like, 1 or 2 die, and then 1 to 3 they're
I
not
mean,
available, 4 to 6 they are.
Yeah, there's multiple members in the gang anyway, right? So it
Yeah.
doesn't really matter all that much. Like
Yeah,
we might lose some strength.
At least half the gang should always be around, right?
Yeah,
I think it would only matter during like times when we are getting attacked, basically.
Yeah.
Or we are using them actively in an engagement.
Alright, they're currently just called gang. If you want to give them a fun, cute name later, we can definitely do that. But that is 2 scores done today. Fantastic. We'll go ahead and mark... We'll do experience starting with our Twilight Triad. We'll start with that. So execute a successful espionage, sabotage, or theft operation. We did that 2 times. That's 2 experience. Contend with a challenge above your current station. We did indeed do that 2 times. We'll mark that. Did we bolster the crew's reputation or develop a new one?
I'd say we're in
Sorry,
the
what?
works to build a new rep.
Yes.
I mean, yes, we've built some reputation with the
Oh yeah, with the scavenger.
Deathland scavengers,
Yeah.
as well as with the crows.
Definitely. So I would say that's once again 2. Which
Wait, that's times 2.
that is 2. So that levels you again. And then the last one, express the goals, drives, or inner conflicts, or the essential nature of the crew. Did we do that?
Yes, for me. Oh, of the crew?
For the crew specifically.
Yes.
Spoiler, yes, you guys are shadows. You 100% leaned into the way your faction works. Alrighty, so... Oh man, there's going to be a lot of cleanup on this one. In a good way. Alright, first and foremost, the crew leveled again. Congratulations.
Woohoo!
Alright, each of you, so go ahead and do this yourselves, add 3 to your stash.
Oh boy.
Alrighty, so after we leveled, that is the profit you all receive just for doing well.
Okay.
Squeaky
And
boy.
That's 3 each, right?
Each of you get 3, correct.
Okay.
And you add that to your stash, not to your pocket.
I did.
Cool. And then once we level, which we just did, you clear all the marks and take a new special ability, or you can mark 2 upgrade crew boxes. We can shelve that for now because there's a lot to look at. I'll leave Foundry running and we can discuss that later, because that one can take a second. But it's basically 2 upgrades or 1 ability. So I'll type that in chat. 2 upgrades or 1 ability. So we will get that. Let's go to player experience. All right. There we go. Alrighty, Mr. Desmond. There we go. We did quite a bit here. So you addressed a challenge with calculation and conspiracy.
Multiple times.
Multiple times. That's 2 experience. Beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. Basically, did you roleplay Desmond?
I would hope so when I was talking to my friend.
Very much so. I'd say that's 2 more experience. And did you struggle with issues from your vice or traumas during the session?
Did I struggle with them really? I mean, I
I
guess.
mean, he got rid of struggling from it. Does that
tried to-
count?
I tried to play with it, but I'm not sure if I actually struggled with them.
I will say 1 because you're being a little extra anal on planning, almost to the point of like being neurotic. And I would say yes, because you're like, well, did we do this? Well, did we do this? Well, did we do this? So you're playing into we can't have a mistake. So I would say yes. So go ahead and add 5 plus 1,
total?
so add 6, because I'm gonna add plus 1 to all these just to give you guys more experience to play with. So you can add 6 experience.
Nice.
Timarinos. Alrighty. Did you address a challenge with deception or influence?
Yes.
Damn.
Add 2. Beliefs, drives, heritage, or background.
My background did come up in the painting.
Yes, it did. So we'll add 1 there. And did you struggle with your recklessness?
Yes.
Yes. She tried to murder a guy.
Okay. So did that happen once or twice?
Well, definitely once at least.
Definitely once, yeah.
What was the first mission again?
The first mission was, I think, almost completely rollless. Basically, you guys were just
We didn't really do anything there.
smashing people against each other effectively.
Yeah, I think it was just once.
Okay, so then go ahead and add 5 experience. All right, Ogre, are you ready?
Birds.
Okay, birds. It's all good. No worries. I understand animals. All right. So did you address a challenge with knowledge or arcane power?
Yes.
I would definitely say yes. So that's 2. Beliefs, drives, heritage, background.
I
So
don't think so.
I'd say remember this one is more so. Did you role play Ogre? You know what I mean? Like, did you play your character?
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll definitely say 1 for that one. And did you struggle with your paranoia at all?
I don't know about struggle with it, but
He was definitely playing it at least.
I'd say you definitely role played in it. So I'll say 1 there, and then plus 1 more for the bonus. So go ahead and add 5 experience.
Did you say we could go for our 4th point in a skill, by the way?
I'm gonna say go for it because I'm not planning on playing this game long term because holy shit, that would take absolutely forever.
Not long enough to not long enough to unlock expert.
Not long enough to unlock it for each of you because it's kind of annoying to. Yeah, because the thing is, it's not just you can put a skill to 4. It's you can put this 1 skill to 4, and that's a whole crew upgrade. It's like, oh god. So it feels kind of unfair because I like the idea that each of you are specified like really good at one thing. I love that. But if you have to get 3 whole crew upgrades just for the 3 of you to, that feels kind of silly. So yes, I'll say by default you have it. So if you want to go to 4, go to 4. Perfectly fine. I love the fact that each of you are good at like one thing. When that one thing comes up, it's like, oh, me, pick me. Because one thing I really love about this game is the more dice you have, the more it's very noticeable. If you have 1 or 2 dice, you're hosed. You have 4, you feel like you're actually good at it. You guys are succeeding in the skills you're good at way more now, and it feels like you're actually like an expert at this. But there's still the risk of failure, which I love. I really dig how there's still a potential of shit going south. So long story short, Kim and Ogre added 5 experience, and Desmond added 6, and then now we have your guys' standard downtime activities.
Yes, I'm gonna bring Kim to de-stress.
Yes, please.
She
Alrighty.
can invite her boyfriend.
I can. Ooh.
All right, where are you guys
Yes,
going for that?
Is there an eatery theater where we can
Surely.
watch a play and eat good food?
Sure, definitely. I don't see why not. What kind of plays does Kim and Desmond go for? What genre?
Oh, I go for anything.
Oh, high class, obviously.
High class,
Like-
anything. Excellent.
Opera might be. Yeah.
Okay.
Opera works. Let's do opera.
All right, I'm down with that. So both of you go
You know
ahead
what?
and roll.
Let's make your boyfriend decide. I'm sure he has a taste.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Maybe he's feeling a little down, so he wants no tragedy. He wants a nice romance. Is always good. Like romance with like, some solid comedy.
So a rom-com.
Effectively, but like a classy rom-com.
Okay.
He wants a more of a happy ending just because things have been kind of slightly down.
Do operas have happy endings?
Yeah, of course I do.
They do? Okay.
Not all of them, but yeah.
I mean, I'm sure.
I mean, when people go to see media, they don't always want to be stressed out.
That is true,
what do you
yes.
mean?
I mean, we are doing this to de-stress, yes.
Exactly. I mean, or you
Okay.
see someone suffering more than you and go, wow, that sucks for them. Anyway. So Kim, go ahead and roll your de-stress first. So you roll your worst stat, which is prowess, weirdly enough.
Wait, is it? That's
She
weird.
only has, prowess and insight. She only has 2. She has 3 in resolve.
Tied.
They're tied, yeah, 2 and 2. Okay.
It's only
so
the
that
first
is-
one, right?
Sorry, what?
It's only the first row, basically. You count for that, right?
Yeah.
The highest one.
Yeah, okay,
So
makes
you
sense.
reduce 4 stress, and you said you can adjust her up to 2.
Up
Okay.
or down, doesn't matter.
Very nice.
So that'll be 6.
Which skill is
Yep.
that? Oh, it's really good. Functioning
It
device
is.
is awesome.
Functioning device, I love it. It's perfect for Desmond.
That's really cool. I honestly, that is fantastic. Okay, so yes,
If
you
I
can
get
reduce.
another 6 XP next time, I can get another ability.
Dope. Okay, and then Desmond, go ahead and do the same. All right, so you
Damn,
can
that's
reduce
all of them. That's 7.
5 up to 7. Oh, that is a really good ability. See, this lets you guys play with the stress more. It's still can be really
perfect.
bad if shit happens, but like you get to play with it more. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's forgiving.
Yeah, definitely. I dig it. Ogre, my friend, what are you doing for your downtime?
I should probably heal.
That'd be a good idea. Go ahead and roll. Should be 2, so just roll me any skill you have. Roll prowl. That's 2 dice is what we're looking for. Hey, 4. Perfect. It heals you. Excellent. That's exactly what we wanted. Dope.
You've been cured.
Yeah, just straight up. Okay. She sits you down and she's able to kind of, while grumbling, she understands you did it in self-defense, but she's still angry that you like got completely torn up. She is able to kind of sew up your wounds and get you all fixed up. Okay. And you
Nice.
feel much better. Your rolling is no longer gimped. Congratulations.
I should probably de-stress, but I could also overindulge doing that because I only have 4 stress.
4's not so bad.
Like you
Yeah,
should
I'll
be
be
able to,
fine.
as long as you don't do too much weird stuff next time, you should be fine.
Yeah.
You should be fine.
You can prep
And
yourself like
definitely,
once
if you
or...
take some stress next time, I can definitely de-stress you.
I guess I'll work on the ghost shield.
Okay, go ahead and roll me Tinker. This should be your second one. Alright, partial, I think, is 2.
I'll finish the first one.
Yep, so that is first one done. I'm going to fill this up one more time, so back to 0. Alright, so the Ghost Shield is halfway finished. Ogre is making progress. With the help of Richter, I'm going to go ahead and give you 1 free. We'll say you asked Richter some things, and he kind of helped you a little bit. So we'll give one free second. Start the second half of the Ghost Shield. And Kim and
We literally
Desmond?
hear Ogre like seriously asking Richter, "How do ghosts taste?" And he'll respond very seriously,
How do ghosts?
"Strawberry."
Ah,
Of course.
What's strawberry? I don't know, but it tastes like strawberry. All right, Kim and Desmond, you guys have your 1 extra. You have your 1 additional downtime, and then Desmond,
Yes.
you have your free one you can hand out.
Yes, that game also has one of our normal ones.
Yeah, I still have 1 normal one.
Yeah, you both have 1 normal. Then Desmond
So
has
you have 3
Did-
total.
Did we want to do a long-term project to set up our cohort's
Um,
shop?
We could do that. I think we might also
For
need to reduce stress. Reduce heat, I mean.
heat. Oh, I forgot to roll that.
Actually, how did our heat go?
I have to roll that
for,
first.
this
Good point.
Yes.
I'm just
Let's do
finding the
that.
order. Okay, yeah, my bad. All right, cool. First and foremost, 2 rep. They're higher than you, so 1 more rep. It's 3. Obviously no money because we got something different, but you guys can sell your shit for money later if you wish. Totally up to you. Eat was relatively contained, so I'm just gonna say 2. It was pretty low exposure. You guys were indeed followed, and then I roll. That's not gonna be a whisper. It should be open so you guys can see it. Boop. All right, so we have gang trouble or questioning. I think this is the exact same one. Looks like it is. Yes, lucky you. Okay, so you guys can choose between gang trouble and questioning with your guys' fun little ability. Basically, you gain more heat.
Oh, we
you
can
pay-
actually see them now.
Yep. Yeah, I whisper off. My bad. Technically, it's supposed to be secret, but since you guys can choose, I'll go ahead and show them. Basically, fortune roll. Someone else is questioned. You gain heat. You pay off the 2 coin and gain no heat. Or something bad can happen. You lose some face. Or what is it? Someone gets an example made of them. You face reprisals from the wrong party, which can basically reduce faction rep with someone who are bumping it. Up to you.
Tough choices.
That is this game. I will say regarding rep, you guys are definitely getting up there, but once you do get up there, it does cap out and stop until you guys can afford to go to tier 2. You gotta pay
Right. Realistically speaking, I don't think it's weird if the blue coats have their eyes on the station that we stole from the Grey Cloaks. Considering what happened, so they might have like picked up that something's happening there and grabbed one of the crew members or new crew members out of the or up basically.
That makes sense?
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Like I don't think it would be that bad because we can spare 2 heat at this point. It's not
Okay.
terrible.
Bird
Sweet
agrees. The bird agrees. So we're gonna go for questioning.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
they are loyal as well, so that
Yeah,
helps.
so we'll roll 3 since he's not a cop, but he is roll 3, 6. I got a 4. Okay.
Wow.
4. Okay.
It's not bad.
That's only plus 1 heat. Not a big deal. All right. The boys you hired, they're good. They keep quiet.
Good. Did we get any additional heat, or was it just that?
You gained 2 heat and then +1 from that. So a total of
Which puts us at 6.
6. Correct. Yeah, you guys are at 6.
Yeah. Alright, I'll use one of mine to reduce heat then.
Alrighty.
What do I do for that?
To reduce heat, you basically roll one of your actions, and you guys, both of you, have been pretty good at using your consort or sway, and then basically
I'll
depending on
definitely
how
be using
that.
my consort for that.
Yeah,
Which
consort
has
makes
been
sense.
freshly upgraded to 4.
Beautiful. All right, drop the bones, my friend.
Ooh.
All right, a 6 means you drop it by 3 segments. So it's only at 3. So you basically just nullified
Nice.
all the heat from that last job. Not bad. And then you have one bonus one you can toss around, Desmond, and Kim, you have your extra.
So was that a yes or a no to the long-term project?
So tell me mechanically what you want, because it might just be something you guys have. Depends on what it is.
Yeah. If it's just like building up the headquarters, we already have it technically.
Yeah.
At this point.
'Cause the game's really tight with how many activities you get, so I don't want you to waste.
Yeah, basically just building it up as a storefront.
That'll come naturally.
I'm pretty sure that's basically what we're already doing together
Yeah.
with the Grave Deathland Scavengers.
Pretty much just keep saving your money, and by the time you guys hit your next tier, we'll say that happens naturally.
All right,
So
I
you
will
can
go
do
ahead
something
and practice my prowess then.
+2.
You get even more prowessy.
Exactly.
All right, and Desmond, what are you doing with your floating
Find a
activity?
rooster.
Looking for rooster. All right, roll that same stat, my friend. Hey! I love. Oh my god, all failures except for 1. That's so spicy. Whew. All right, add 1, 2, 3. The rooster's on the way, buddy.
It's
I
coming
will.
home.
I will say, up to you. If you pay 1 gold, that will actually go from 3 segments to 5, and it will finish. Up to you. Technically becomes a critical.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to take gold from the crew at this point. And we do
You can
need to
have my
start.
coin.
I guess, but we do need to start saving for our next wrap up.
You do, and if you take money out of your stash, it halves. So that's
half.
not efficient. Yeah.
Well, how much money do we have? We have 3 coins in there, and
I-
we need how much?
On the flip side, the moment we
double
have
check.
this rooster, realistically speaking, we could start selling the eggs and make profit on the side.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. We can very much roll for that, and I can figure out how much money we
Actually,
need.
we can,
Speaking
we can
of-
already sell the eggs because we have chicken.
You do have chicken.
We need to do our weekly egg roll.
Speaking of, I have drugs to sell.
You do have drugs to sell. Did you
Don't
want to
drugs
sell
give
them?
you extra heat, by the way? Isn't that a thing?
Acquiring drugs, yes. I would say because you guys have a fence, you can have him sell them. Did you want to
Sure.
pitch those, Kim?
I did, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and add 1 coin. And let's say
We need
4 eggs. Does anyone have 2 in a stat?
Finesse, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll me that. I will say a 1 to 3 means no eggs. A 4 to 5 is 1 egg, and a 6 is 2 eggs. Well, sorry, not eggs. Enough eggs to get 1 coin. So, go ahead and add 1 coin. We can either put it to the group or yourself. Whoever runs all on.
Put that one to the crew, I think.
Okay, I'll add that to the group. So currently, the coffers are full for the crew. Now, I also will say this: you guys, we can discuss this out of game, of course, but I did type it. You guys are going to gain 2 upgrades or 1 ability. I do believe one of the upgrades is a bigger coffer. So, could be wrong. I'm pretty sure.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Vault. So Vault gives you guys a bigger coffer, meaning you can carry 8 coins. So you guys might want that. You do get 2 upgrades from this last level, or
So
1
did you
ability.
want me-
So,
Did you want to give me one of your gold so I can get my rooster?
Yeah.
Alright,
Right.
let me
Take my
reroll
money.
that.
go ahead and subtract that 1 money, then Ogre, and I will go ahead and delete the rooster. And suddenly we have
A high quality rooster.
3
A normal
chickens and a
quality
rooster. We can start making more chickens and roosters!
Exactly.
That's how that works, waifu, yes.
Yes.
The chicken Imperium has been born.
Woo!
Black market chicken industry. Here we go.
Exciting!
I also want to test out this weapon to see if it's probably not a normal gun, but you know.
yes. Did you want to look at it?
Yeah, I want to, like, see what it can do.
Okay. Roll me a tune, because you can tell it's you can roll a tune or tinker. You can tell it's definitely magical in nature. It's not just a gun. It doesn't shoot bullets.
Well, Tinker's better, but Tune makes more sense because it's magic. So
Yeah, basically you'll see either side of it. Okay,
it's
cool.
fine.
That was a tune. All right, you can tell. So Tinker would have told you about its like mechanical properties. A tune lets you very much know that this is once again I forgot the name of the magic used, but it's like electro something. Very fancy sound.
It's a ghost gun.
It's effectively a ghost gun, yes, and it is indeed powered by the souls of the dead. This weapon
Perfect.
in particular, Ogre, currently only has one shot, but this one shot is going to be deadly. If it hits someone, regardless of their tier, they're probably dead. It's not a
Nice.
quiet weapon either. It is loud, and you can tell this just by looking at it.
We'll
It-
save it for a special someone.
Yes, it is indeed reloadable. It might be fairly expensive to do so. You're not entirely sure if the vials you gave to Richter could function as ammunition, or if multiple would function as ammunition. But this thing is meant to kill, and kill efficiently. You're now the proud owner of it. Yeah,
Nice.
we can trust Ogre with this weapon, can't we?
Totes.
Yes.
I also got a new ability.
Ooh, which one?
Nice.
I did
Strange
too.
methods.
Strange methods. What's that do?
When you invent or craft a creation with arcane features, take +1 to result level to your roll. You begin with one arcane design already.
Very nice. Okay, I will say crafting is slightly weird in this game. So when you want to mess with it, let me know. It has a whole section for crafting.
I
But
mean,
I
would the
like that.
shield not count as crafting?
The shield does count as crafting, but it's kind of its own special ordeal because of what it does. Normally, the way crafting works, it has a certain amount of tags, kind of like a monster of the week, like messy, loud, long distance, things of that nature. And you basically say, I made a blank, and it has this tag, this tag, this tag. Technically, the ghost shield doesn't fit into any of that. It's its own unique item, so we're making it this
Yeah.
this way. And then if you wanted to make a gun and then make it arcane in nature, then you could just add tags to it, and then there's always a complication, like it's a bomb, but it goes off unpredictably, things of that nature. A lot of the items have a basically random, I forgot what the word was, but basically a random negative tag, where it's things of that nature, like, oops, it just exploded, or oops, it's really loud, or oops, it needs dead people to work. So,
Yeah,
fun
who
shit.
doesn't
Goes-
want a bomb that explodes randomly?
I know, right?
I was either going to take this or the one that lets me study rituals, but my study is 0.
Fair
So-
enough. We
Wait,
can
what
work
do
on that.
rituals even do then?
I believe rituals
I
are
don't
also
know.
their own mechanic. I think it's basically like a big magic type thing. You can get
Yeah.
kind of weird with the magic in this game. You guys didn't choose. I forgot what the name of the
Occultist,
faction
I think.
is. Yeah, it's like a cultist, but there is one that like you purely focus on doing ghost weird shit, and you would mostly function with those groups just because they would more so accept you. And almost everything you guys do would be weird ghost shit. So a lot of fun culty shit. Who doesn't love that? But anyway, congratulations everybody. Like I said, I will leave Foundry up if you guys want to discuss and kind of look through the upgrades and abilities and determine which ones you guys want. But
Yeah,
other
what
than
did you
that,
say about that? We can pick one ability and two upgrades? Or something?
correct. So 2 upgrades or 1 ability. While you guys are digging through that, I'll go ahead and pause today's session, and I'll catch everybody next week. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.